fired up YouTube. All right. So YouTube should be coming in right now. All right. So okay, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. Okay. Oh, so the first video, we'll do a little reactions content. The first video is from Endymion. You guys, if you guys have seen my YouTube videos and stuff, you guys seen um that he was like mentioned in a lot of articles and stuff. He makes great content. So let's go ahead and get a get a look at get a gander at this. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Roll my eyes every time I look at it, and unfortunately, the closer we're getting.
Oh, my bad. All right. So, I got to hit the record. My bad. I'm doing terrible.
Avowed makes me roll.
All right. So we have Endymion here, who has a video that came out, and it's called "The Entire Woke Movement is Panicking as Gamergate Surges." Avowed. I've seen a good amount on Twitter and everything about Avowed and everything, and it is insane. Some people are saying the game's good. Some people are saying that it's crap. Uh, there's one with Hypnotic. He posted like he's like, "Hey, I made my character," and he's like, "Meet this person," and then was playing Avowed, and people randomly just started quote tweeting saying, "Oh, this person made this character look ugly intentionally to make him look gay," and he was like, "I never said that." He was just like, "I made a character and that was it." So yeah, some people just they losing their damn minds, which is kind of interesting. So anyway, here we go.
Roll my eyes every time I look at it, and unfortunately, the closer we're getting to the actual mainline release, I already know that things are going to become far more insufferable as time goes on. Avowed, in case you don't know, is in the same universe as the Pillars of Eternity games, which honestly, I gotta admit, it is smart of Obsidian to pick a pre established franchise they've already worked on to mold this game around. I would love to see a Baldur's Gate game made within the style of an Elder Scrolls like game. But I think when it comes to Avowed, and that we as players seem to have won the battle of ideology here. And overall, I guess I kind of want to ask the question, which is that are video games regressing, like as a medium? Let's talk about it. Firstly, you have places like thegamer.com, which is kind of a cess.
I think it. I think gaming in general is honestly regressing. It's been stagnant so long that they're like, hey, we should like the industry's trying to innovate some things, but there's only so much that you can do in certain titles and in games, and if you change them completely, or if you add a huge idea that alters the game itself, it's no longer the game. Like that's something I think of every time when I'm like looking at all these titles and stuff, and just realize like I'm not really interested in these games because it's just like um it's not like the previous game, you know.
Pool that always tries to skirt around things in order to push a narrative. They recently stated that Avowed is a top seller on Steam, and if you were to read this, you would believe it. However, they immediately countered their own statement, where here in their summary they state that
Let me see here. Oh, let me go
Avowed
to,
is the top selling game, but only in the United Kingdom side of Steam, not the whole world. Oh, okay, so then Avowed is not the best selling game on Steam, is it? This is like me saying that my grandma thinks I'm the most handsome boy in the world while ignoring what everyone else's grandma thinks of me. But maybe this analogy doesn't work because both my grandmas are dead. Anyway, moving on. It is interesting to
oh,
see
rest in
how
peace,
websites are trying to
Endemian's
run
grandma.
damage control already for Avowed like this. I think the game would have been received decently enough if their art director wasn't an absolute insane person. The
True.
same guy who said that he wants to replace all white people with black people at Obsidian, as if this somehow would make the gaming industry better. I
And we all remember this. I'm not sure if people have seen it. I'll probably put it somewhere, but I did a video on this where I was just talking about people like um, Jeffrey or David Jaffrey. I'm sorry, David Jaffrey and this guy and Alyssa as well. Where it's like it's just honestly just pandering and trying to give pity points to black people. It's so annoying. It's very irritating. Burns me to the core. It does. But anyway, let's keep going.
genuinely just think that these game designer types are just self loathing people. And they will say whatever is politically correct in order to weasel their way into the goodwill of the very people they are pandering to, who will definitely not care who or what happens to them whenever they leave or end up dying. I can't imagine
Oh, I want to
pandering
say
to
that.
people
That
who
wow.
genuinely just view you as an awful human being on no basis but simply your skin color. It's such a bizarre thing to champion, in my opinion, but thankfully the world is waking up to this nonsense and people are not buying it as much anymore. And when I look at Avowed, I see a bunch of stuff that just doesn't interest me. The combat, yeah, that seems fine enough. Mostly because it's just Skyrim with guns, I guess. But then you have weird characters like this thing here, which somehow has a mustache on.
That's what I was wondering. Like, it's weird. The person's face is furry, but then they have a mustache on their furry face. Uh, and they want to say, and like I said, in the game industry and everything, and there are people that are activists that are fighting and everything. They say, um, they want to try to use against us, like, well, it's escapism, like use your imagination, type of thing. Are the same people that are trying to push political and social ideologies and stuff in games. So it's like one of those like make it make sense, choose a side, stop like first you're like on this far side, whatever you are, like you're heavily into it, and then you're like, well, I mean, we're kind of like on this side too, but it's just like just make up your damn mind.
on top of its overgrown furry face. You know how hairy you have to be to grow a mustache over an entire body of hair like that? If I saw this thing in real life, I would smash it with a hammer. Of course, to the surprise of nobody, Jason Schreier loves Avowed because it ticks all the right boxes for him. Need to remind you, this is the same guy who championed Veilguard when it came out with his infamous Go Woke, Go Break the Charts tweet that he did eventually delete when the game failed and didn't reach the highs that he claimed it would. We see you, Jason, you're trying to be slick, but it isn't working. But what's extra funny to me is how a few months back, the art director of Avowed tried to paint Elon Musk as a bad guy because Elon claimed that pronouns in a fantasy game were stupid. Then Matt Hansen, the art director, would reply back, then I wanted so badly to make him mad with my game and I cannot believe it actually happened. Just wait until you see the default, you sad little SHIT. So Matt Hansen confirms that he deliberately wanted Avowed to anger people like Elon Musk with their integration of pronouns and whatever else in the game. Not a
Mm-hmm.
good look, I know.
Yeah,
But it's very
it's not.
obvious that between then and now, Obsidian has absolutely realized that the political climate of the world has definitely changed. Because Avowed is in early access right now, and people playing it have confirmed that, as you can see right here on screen, that Avowed now has an option when you make your character to completely disregard and remove the pronoun options from the game entirely now.
See, and the thing is, when it comes to the like, again, use of resources, I would say irresponsible use of resources, right? Because what does this have to do? Like having it on or off, having this feature on or having it off, having it removed, does it make any changes to the game? Does it drastically change the game? Does it change performance? Does it change the story of the game? Like, does it do any of this? No. So the amount, like the time and the money that it took for the person to put this in here, also the person to design the UI to have this in here and have that coded as well, like that could have went to something else completely. It didn't need to be in there. And that's the issue that I have with video games, where it's like if you put something in the game and it doesn't like change or alter the game in any way, shape, or form, is it still like, is the game still going to play the same? That's my thing. So yeah.
I know this pissed off Matt Hansen badly, since he spent literal years pushing for this.
I'm sorry, I have to say, what the hell is that on that person's face? I saw some people play it before, like, or playing it a few days ago, and they're like apparently it's a feature in the character creation, and it's like they said godlike features or something like that, which I don't agree with. But I'm like, bro, you have a leaf growing on your face, or you have barnacles and stuff on your face. I'm like, that's me personally. I was like, that's nasty. It just looks disgusting. But hey, whatever.
Flop to be in the game. Some people might look at this and go, well, this is Obsidian caving into Gamergate. They are giving you what you want, so is the game now worth playing? The
No.
jury is still out on that one, if you ask me. Whether I play it or not, it wouldn't be anytime soon, since I'm a PlayStation player primarily anyways. So I can't exactly play Avowed when I want to at launch anyways, but it doesn't bother me because I'm drowning in games right now to begin with. That being said, seeing these types being forced to implement features that completely remove the very things they added to own the chud, so to speak, is very validating and honestly hilarious if we're being honest. Unfortunately, there's not an in-game option to make Avowed not look like a mushroom-infested nightmare of a game. I think despite it being a first-person Elder Scrolls-like game, the end result is just still not my cup of tea solely based on how everything looks. There's this very, how do I put this, storybook but kind of goofy look to everything in the game from the previews. And personally, I'm kind of over this look in games already, and I yearn for a far more serious, darker tone in my fantasy RPGs going forward. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older and my knees crack when I walk, but I'm just
Hey,
not
same
as
here.
interested in stuff that looks like it's full of animatronic Furbies with mustaches. The entire art design of this game, which unironically was shepherded by this Matt Hansen guy who clearly hates.
Yeah, because remember when people would have like, I guess look at Skyrim and Morrowind and stuff like that. You would have characters that have like lizard heads, and you would have like trolls, and they just look mean and nasty and somewhat ugly and everything like that. Like you would have that. All of this, like it's looking at this and then also looking at Dragon Age of Velgard, like it just looks like they try to, it's cartoony. Just like what Endymion was saying. It just looks very cartoony, and it's like if it's gonna be during some sort of like period like that, like make it dramatic, make it dark, do that. So yeah, I agree with him.
People like me, is probably going to be the major reason why I avoid Avowed entirely anyways. I just simply don't like how it looks. Again, will I try it when it comes to PlayStation? I don't know, but my gut reaction right now is that it kind of just gives off that Tiny Tina Wonderlands look kind of, but it's also mixed with Fable, but like that new Fable look, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of pathetic how we are 14 years removed from Skyrim, and yet how that game looks and operates
Like yeah,
is still some of the best.
yeah. Like look at this. Skyrim looks good. Like it feels like you're in a. It is fantasy because there's magic and stuff in there too, but like it has a feel, like it has. I can't describe the feeling exactly to it, but it has a theme. Let me put it that way. It has a theme. It's not like just a random level. Let me see if I can see like an overall level. like this, like an overgrown like area, and then just random like fairy tale kill. It somehow, like, to me personally, it just, something's not matching, and I think it's just the level and the characters and everything. That's what it is. It just feels like it's just not matching at all.
RPGing you can have in a game even to this day. I replayed Skyrim when the remaster of the remaster came out on PS5 because I hadn't played it in a while. And lo and behold, to myself, not even realizing it, but I played it so much, I ended up 100%.
I think I know what it is. I'm sorry. I think it's because of looking at that character, the one that's blue and everything. It's just like, it's the colors. That's what it is. And it's like there's kind of like bright, vibrant colors that's throwing it off. That's what it seems like to me. Like those, like the colors are like, because there's like purples and pinks, there's blues, things like that. It throws it off a bit. I think that's what it is.
The main game, and I got all the trophies for it. And it ended up being the best game that I played in 2021, which, yeah, I know, how can an older game be the best game you played that year? But in my defense, 2021 was very barren for good releases, and nothing really spoke to me that year. So the fact that Skyrim just ended up being the best game I played that year, I guess, which kind of tells you where gaming is headed, isn't necessarily the best thing right now to hear.
Yeah.
I guess I just kind of yearn for games to be fantasy worlds or whatever else, and just not bring in the real life nonsense into them. But unfortunately, that just doesn't seem to be the case for a lot of these Western.
Well, I'll say, like, you can bring in. I would say you can do like realistic games like how Battlefield and stuff like that, Ready or Not, those games, like, it's okay to do, like, you can do realistic. It's just, do not add fictional characters into your realistic game. That's my thing. If you guys know, if you guys don't know, it's the whole 2B with Rainbow Six. Like, it didn't look good. It clearly didn't look good at all. So if you're gonna do realism, stick with realism features and visuals and things like that. Don't add things that are from like an anime or cartoon or another game and put it into your game that is realistic when there's like stylized and stuff. You know what I mean? That's where I'm going with this.
Studios anymore. They just
It just doesn't line up.
help themselves, it seems. It sucks how you think you can play something and get lost in the world, but can't actually because the developers keep reminding you of their delusional real-world takes. Like, let's pivot from Avowed and the whole Pillars of Eternity thing for a second here to look at Magic the Gathering. A different franchise, sure, but these are all kind of the same thing. They're fantasy RPG stuff in the end. Anyway, this is from Games Radar Plus. Magic the Gathering lead designer says trans people, people of color, and women playing a larger role are all part of modern fantasy because they're all part of the actual world. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So this stems from Mark Rosewater. He's the lead designer on Magic the Gathering and how he believes that fantasy works. Whether it's card games, tabletop, video games like Avowed, all of it should reflect the real world and be representative of the powers and people within it. Rosewater responds to a fan question who pleaded that Magic the Gathering doesn't include stuff like a million pronouns and stuff like trans fairies. Well, here's what he said. For far too long, fantasy as a genre was used as a way to reflect the worldview of those in power. It leaned into stereotype and reflected how the privileged wished the world was. He continues with, entertainment is at its best when it lifts everyone up and isn't used as yet another means to ignore certain people's reality. But that's the thing, Mark. Fantasy isn't reality. That's why it's called fantasy.
Exactly.
The entire point of the genre, whether it's Magic or Avowed, is that it should not represent or look like anything we are accustomed to seeing in the real world. If I wanted to see a bunch of they-themers, I would just go attend a furry convention. Like I've said many times already, it's not that having politics in your games or your books is a bad thing necessarily. It's that you need to ensure that the politics that are within your work are political, but within the confines of the world. One of my
Yeah, it's honestly, it's because it's like this for video games. It's like, say that you had a hard day at work, right? Whatever, you're just dealing with just bullshit in the world, right? So then you're like, you know what, screw it, going to bed. You go to bed, you go to sleep, and you're dreaming. Usually you dream about stuff that doesn't pertain to what's going on in the world, but somehow that is forced upon in your dreams. So like, instead of you being like, oh, I'm dreaming that you're hiking a mountain or doing whatever, flying in a jetpack, whatever you want to do, because it's your imagination. But your brain's like, nope, it's just work. You're just seeing yourself at your job working stuff, and usually that stresses people out, and people become depressed because they feel like they are enslaved to their job, which sucks. So I don't know if that's a great analogy, but it's basically that. It's like there's no sense of escapism at all. And for some people it does hinder creativity, which really shows in video games as well. A lot of people are like, where's the creativity in these and if you guys don't know, if you guys think that's false, well, my question it would be, why are a lot of these veterans that are like game designers, game directors, artists, narrative designers, why are they all leaving and starting their own studios? Because they don't have the creativity that they want to. But I know they like for some of the stuff they're nice and they say, well, our creativity doesn't align with what the company, with this studio wants, so we are making our own. Which basically is like, bro, you guys have no creativity. We have something that could potentially be very good for consumers that actually want to play the game and buy it and everything and build this company up, but you are rejecting it. So we'll go ahead and just do our own thing. That's it.
My favorite games of all time is Final Fantasy Tactics. If you played it, you'd know where I'm going with this.
Love it.
That game's story and world is heavily political. You play a half royal blood warrior named Ramza Beowulf, who is thrusted into a massive war called the War of the Lions, and it ends up plunging the entirety of Ivalice into chaos as lawlessness runs rampant, sides are chosen, and even Ramza's best friend from childhood, a man named Delita, he decides that it's up to him alone to completely unravel the corruption that is strangling Ivalice's population into inevitable oblivion.
Yeah.
The game's entire plot is about politics. Lords and kings are fighting, bandits and mercenaries are betraying one another, and innocent lives are being lost. You face off against all kinds of institutions, from corrupt religions, kingdoms, and even eventually uncover a sinister plot that involves magical beings that are core to the War of the Lions. Final Fantasy Tactics is about as political a game as you can get. However, it doesn't speak on, say, Donald Trump or anything else. Well, no. The game did come out in the 90s. But even then, its story was not designed to be a big FU, so to speak, to the real-world politics or any one leader of its time. It uses politics and religious extremism and the bigotry of man, but it then combines it within the confines of its own world. Yeah. Where you're faced with plenty of things that you must overcome, but again, they rightfully and smartly put these things within the world of Ivalice, not America or, say, China.
Yeah.
And this is why games like Tactics, or hell, even Skyrim 2, are beloved to this day. Nobody said that you can't have politics or slavery or anything else really in your games. The problem...
I mean, yeah, look at, I don't play the game anymore, but look at Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is the same thing. You are battling for survival of your species. You are fighting for Super Earth. If the automatons and the terminids, which are the bugs, automatons are the robots, if they completely take over all the planets around the system and encompass Super Earth, you pretty much lose. You lose because then it's like, oh, well, then they attack Super Earth, and then that's it. Like your civilization, your species, and everything is completely wiped out. So yeah, that would make sense too. Even though they say fight for democracy, and then like they're also making it a it's kind of like a jab at it. It's funny. It's like a political jab at it, because if you guys don't know, just watch the beginning of Helldivers 2, and pretty much just like a recruitment video, and then you start off in training and stuff like that. It's a very interesting game. It's just I have some issues with it.
Problem is that creators today are
not with the game, but with PlayStation.
Ideas, and I guess this is the point of this entire video even. which is that it feels as though modern gaming, books, trading card games, tabletop, whatever else you want to throw into this cauldron that I'm cooking here, it's not really interested in being uniquely their own worlds anymore. They instead need to constantly remind you of the world you exist in instead of focusing on the world that they are tasked with making so you can get lost in it. Does that make sense? So when I
Mm-hmm.
look at Avowed, I see zoomer haircuts that are on like lizard people. I don't really feel like I'm in a fantasy setting. I feel more like I'm in an activist propaganda simulator where they can't help themselves when it comes to making.
I have. I'll say this honestly. Looking at this, and people may agree or disagree, but honestly, looking at this, it makes it seem like I feel like I'm like in a I went to like a amusement park or something like that, carnival, and everybody's just in cosplay. That's what it seems like. It's like like a Renaissance fair, I guess you say. That's what it seems like. But when you go to this Renaissance fair, people are like doing over the top, like they have the furry ears and things like that. Like again, that may be people's, people may like it. Me, I'm just like, I just questioned in my head why. But that's just me. That's just me. And like I said, it's very like that may seem controversial, but it's just how my brain is. This is how it works. I just asked why. Like what was the choice for that? But anyway,
making these worlds actually feel unique. Even Baldur's Gate 3, at least, does a great job of conveying its ideas through its world and design so that it just feels like Baldur's Gate. And the fact that you can't even interact with basically anything in Avowed, that is a huge red flag. Don't believe me? Here's a clip from G-Man Lives. He reviewed the game recently, and hopefully this part of the video doesn't get copyrighted by him. But here's G-Man Lives explaining how a lot of Avowed is simply just window dressing. Please watch.
really,
It's supposed to be a role-playing game, I was also surprised at just how little role-playing there actually is. Walking around the various towns, for instance, they may as well be empty because outside of the few merchants or NPCs you can interact with, everything else is just window dressing, with people all standing around idly to give the illusion of the place actually being bustling. You can't even attack the guards or the other NPCs with your weapons having no effect. You can't break into people's homes, you can't pickpocket anyone, and you can outright steal someone's belongings from right under their nose and they're not even going to react.
I'm not climbing up there. The tower's
Wow.
standing.
Even the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout games would let you randomly attack otherwise friendly NPCs if you wanted to, forcing you to then pay the toll for your actions. And Morrowind had that infamous message if you locked a playthrough into a so-called doomed world, letting you still play on to experience that reality you created.
I remember that.
Yeah, here we are in 2025 with a so-called AAA game that's been in development for half a decade, where things have regressed so much that any kind of genuine player freedom's just been completely removed.
Can you knock cups over? So everything here is just static. That's what it is. Everything is just static. See, but then in Assassin's Creed Shadows, everything is breakable, even sacred items and objects. Interesting. Very interesting.
Meanwhile,
You see what I'm saying? How are we in the year 2025 having games coming out that don't allow you, the player, to interact with it in any meaningful way? Obsidian made an Elder Scrolls-like game, but forgot that the most important thing about these sorts of games is how the player can interact with that world in different and meaningful ways. Avowed also, by the way, it has no romance options either. But besides that, I think it's a much bigger deal that you cannot, even if you want to, steal anything or pickpocket people of any kind or, break into someone's house. What the hell is the point of this world if you can't interact with the citizens within it and the things around them? You can't lockpick a door at night to steal inventory, you can't even attack the guards or cause any problems for the local populace. Yet in Skyrim,
they want you
again,
So they want you to be good, pretty much. They want you to be good. It's interesting. And again, it's like between both games, between like Elder Scrolls games and Avowed, a lot of color and everything, right? A lot of color. This has like different shades of of a color. I guess it's saturation. It's like saturation for Elder Scrolls, but then for Avowed, it's like vibrance. I don't know. Me, like growing up playing Elder Scrolls games, like playing those games and everything, or just Bethesda games, it's just, I don't know. It just, to me, it hits more because like that's when I think of fantasy games, that's what it feels like.
15 years ago at this point, the entire world was just utterly reactive. You can steal anything, kill people aplenty if you want to, I guess, and you can lockpick and pickpocket people to your heart's desire.
Yeah,
so
you had a
why
lot
are
of
these video games
custom
progressing like this when we've already played these things that were so much better in the past? Credit where it's due. I am playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 right now. I'm maybe, I don't know, 50 hours into the game maybe?
Oh.
I finally reached the second region. While I have problems with the game from janky controls, weird audio and visual bugs, and sometimes things don't work, like beds I sleep in that are labeled as my bed committing me of a crime somehow. At the very least, the world of Kingdom Come 2, it does feel very reactive, like how Skyrim.
Yeah, it's like, see, like, yeah, there's greenery, there's obviously brown for like the dirt and everything, but it's the saturation, it's there's not vibrance. That's what I think is the issue for me personally between Kingdom Come Deliverance, all the Elder Scrolls, and then
okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
oh. But yeah, I think that's what it is. I'm just like, it's very, very interesting to see this. That has come to that.
Did. I can break into anything I want and steal anything pretty much. I had to get a dress for this woman for like a local wedding. It was a quest, but I didn't want to spend my own money. So I waited till midnight, I broke into the house of the tailor, then I pickpocketed his keys while he was sleeping, then I broke into his store across the street, and then I robbed his entire inventory blind. And then I got the dress I needed for this woman that I was bringing to this wedding. It's a whole thing, I don't want to spoil it, but anyway, at the very least, despite the problems I have with Kingdom Come 2, I can confidently say that the game's world, at least, it feels reactive like Skyrim's did. And it's pathetic to see something like Avowed over here not giving the same level of player freedom. I hate it when open world RPG games, or whatever kind of games, they just keep reminding you that they are video games, if that makes any sense. How could a game like Avowed, which has been in development for 5 years at least, not have plenty of the core fundamental options that games over 10 years ago had? Like, even in The Witcher, you can cause havoc. Sure, you can't lockpick or pickpocket because Geralt isn't that kind of character, but I mean, come on, man. It just...
Again, I just think there's just not any more ideas. Like, it seems like most of the games is just like, oh, we'll do just like this game, where we'll do just like this game had the same mechanics and features, but let's remove some so it seems like we're different, and then also we'll just reskin it. We'll just change the characters out, we'll change the environment out and make it look this way, so then it's a completely different game. I understand games will have similarities. That's just how it always been with video games. But what really makes the game different? That's what I think, functionality wise, and for like game mechanics and features. Like, I think that's what it is. Like, I don't care about the looks. If you strip everything down, if everything had the same exact skin, I mean, from Avowed to Morrowind and the Elder Scrolls games to Kingdom Come Deliverance, if everybody had the same exact assets and skins and everything, like what would differentiate between the two, like between all the games? That's my whole my whole thing when it comes to the game.
Just feels like these games are removing more and more player choices, yet they cost the same or sometimes even more. In the case of Avowed, if you want to pay for early access. Then you got places like Rolling Stone magazine, which attempted to push the narrative that Avowed is the true successor to Skyrim. But how can it be the true successor if it lacks plenty of the basic elements that Skyrim had to begin with? A window dressing world you can't interact with cannot be the successor to Skyrim, a game that actually feels alive. It's just plain nonsense, but here's what Rolling Stone's article further states. Authority is the core theme of Avowed, how it creeps in and shapes our lives without consent, and the ways in which people can choose to push back against it. So much of the game's writing explores the boundaries of the governments that define society and what it looks like when those guardrails are absent. It's a compelling exploration of morality that doesn't just present players with tough choices, but asks them to ruminate on the question of what authority means to each person. But it also peppers in smaller motifs like the value of human life, the comforts provided by spirituality, and the importance of ecological preservation. As the US and other countries face down increasingly single-minded and downright tyrannical governments, the stories that Avowed explores feel direly urgent and apply to much more than just its fantasy world. There it is again. Of course, Hayes Madsen, the writer of this article, would find some way to throw some dirt at Trump in his review about Avowed of all things. And that's what I mean. Whether Avowed meant to allude to its tyranny as some comparison to...
And this is why I don't like I don't like mainstream media when it comes to video games anymore. I don't, because it's articles like that that get put out where it's just like, dude, just talk about the game and only the game. I challenge anybody that are in these medias, like that are in these mainstream media companies. Do a report on a game and don't mention race, don't mention politics. Just talk about the game itself. Don't talk about anything in the world. Don't talk about anything in the real world. Just talk about the game itself. That's what I want. Because right now, it's impossible. It seems like it's impossible to do. Now, I'm not saying that every single person that, writes a story and everything does it, but a lot of the articles that come out that are being plastered and everything are those ones that are mentioning real world stuff, which it doesn't matter. We want to know about the game. We don't give a shit about politics. We don't. We just want to know about the game. Hey, is this game good or not? Is the game good or not? That's all we're going for. That's all we're asking. Is the game good or not? Why is that so hard?
To Trump, the fact that this writer here can't help but make the connection and put that in the review, yeah, it's cringe as hell, man. I fully expect this reoccurrence of tyranny is bad equals conservatives narrative to be aplenty for the next 4 years. And it's not just video games, it's the writers of these websites who have too regressed in their own way of speaking to the reader. Simply put, they don't really speak to someone like me anymore. It's not because they're liberals. I've read plenty of articles made by leftists and I've had no problems with them in games. It's the fact that this so-called new age of writers, I guess, are just the same person copy and pasted over and over again. They all think the same. Orange man bad, Gamergate evil, add pronouns, and I give your game a good score. This is what I mean when I say that it just feels like things are regressing in the sense that not only are these games claiming that they have plenty of player choice, while restricting you to meaningfully react to the world around you, which is the antithesis of choice, but these writers are just tiring to listen to, man. They can't even write a review about a game full of hairy Furbies and lizard people without somehow bringing up the real world. This problem is everywhere, and I'm sick of it. What happened to just making games that don't talk down to people? Never mind the fact that Avowed doesn't look next generation at all. I genuinely am puzzled by how Microsoft Studios specifically have also regressed in terms of graphics and pushing the envelope when it comes to making what games can and should look like, considering back in the day, they were like at the forefront of this.
Oh, they were killing it.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you have games recently announced like Tides of Annihilation, which is multi-platform, that looks like this. How the hell can I look at this game and then go back looking at Avowed and think to myself that there's something in the water over there in the West that is making everything worse?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like, again, functionality first, then visuals. That's my philosophy. Make the game, make sure it's playable, make sure that there's not game-breaking bugs, make sure there's no showstoppers in your game. Once that is good and ready to go, then start adding the visuals in it. And that's why Eastern companies are doing so well and why their games look so good and play so good, because they are careful with what they're doing. Like, I remember when functionality used to be an issue, the only issue when it came to video games, like back in the during the Xbox One, PS4 or sometimes it was 360 and PS3 era as well. But we just like, all right, we'll just do a simple update. But and it's not something that is game breaking. Let me put it that way. It's not something that's game breaking. What we're getting is we're starting to get products, digital or physical, whatever. We're getting products where there are bugs in the game, like very bad ones where you cannot progress. It happened to me when I was playing Star Wars Outlaws. I couldn't beat a certain part in the game because I couldn't get past it. And it's like, that shouldn't be in the game when it releases. That should have been tested out by QA or QV, which is quality verification, quality assurance. Been reported, and then then like a dev goes in there and fixes it. And then it gets tested again to see if that works or not. That's what it should have been. It shouldn't be like consumers should not be able to see that. They should not see that at all. Because right there and then I would have been like, I want my money back. So it's crazy.
By the way, unsurprisingly, Tides of Annihilation is, of course, yet another AAA Chinese game, and I mean, look at it, man. This looks incredible. Why is the West incapable of creating things like this nowadays? Even the women in Tides, they look like actual females, not whatever this is in Avowed. Why is it?
Because it's like the money just goes to a whole bunch of bullshit. That's what it is. It's just simply as that. It goes to a bunch of bullshit. Like, it doesn't go to where it needs to have its focus. That's something I've always wanted to see in meetings when it comes to like with the shareholders and stuff. Like, one day I'm gonna generate, I don't know, one day I'm just gonna have millions of dollars, and I'm gonna be a shareholder in a studio, in a company. And as being a shareholder, you have access to those meetings because obviously you have investment in it, right? So I would like to see in the meetings what's going on and where's the money going to, because then they do these quarterly earnings reports and they're like, hey, we didn't make much money and things like that, you know. And also with Ubisoft, Ubisoft is a whole another thing right now. But yeah, there's just like so much that's going on, and it's like, bro, what the like, where's the money going to? Like, this game is looking like this. You had like hundreds of millions of dollars. Where's the money going? If the game's looking like this, where's the money going? And that's when people start getting laid off. You know, people get laid off, people get fired, whatever. And then studios close.
That China is able to give players what they want consistently, while the West is content with churning out slop every other week. It's not all Western devs, I know, but the point still remains that these recent releases, for the most part from the West, they're all just the same tired old game genres, blueprints if you will, over and over again. I recently saw the new trailer for Borderlands 4, and I kid you not, when I saw it, I felt nothing. I didn't feel hyped at all. The only power that kinda looked distinct, I guess, from the new Vault Hunters was that fire and ice axe attack. Everything else just kinda washed over me like a nameless tsunami of visual fluff. Where are the new ideas? Where are the games that actually evolve their genres and franchises? Avowed looks like it came out in 2016, not 2025. I'm not saying that every game needs to look like Tides of Annihilation, but can we at least get some new ideas in these Western franchises? It's all so boring, and it's the same thing over and over again. The amount of games that are just struggling to even come out is worrying as well. Did you know that it's been 2 years since that Wonder Woman game made by the Shadow of Mordor team was announced? And that Warner Bros. Has already spent over $100 million on that game, and it's nowhere near being done. It's changed directors multiple times, and plenty of key creatives involved with that Wonder Woman game, they already left to form their own indie game studios. And to add insult to injury,
like I was
the
saying before,
Cypher of Tyr, a well-known activist who definitely champions DEI, is apparently one of the writers on Wonder Woman, and even so, the game is in development hell. How hard could it be to make a Wonder Woman game? I mean, yeah, kinda lazy, but whatever. Just take God of War, make it Wonder Woman. Make it semi-open world, make her fight mystical beasts. Have different swords and spears, etc. that she can use and upgrade, and make her whip get stronger, and then she can use her whip to get the info out of people. Yeah, sure, it wouldn't be the most unique game ever made, but at this point, whatever it is that they're doing is clearly not working. I just can't believe they have Cypher of Tyr as a writer on that game, man. That lady publicly blasted CD Projekt Red for the lack of trans and gay representation in Cyberpunk. Madame Savvy had a whole thing about this. She exposed all of it. I'll put it on screen. And
Oh,
then this
wow.
Cypher lady shut up immediately once CD started sending her free swag bags and trinkets all the
And yeah, I was gonna say, and that's I was like, where's the gifts that happen? Once you get a gift from a company, it's just like, oh, you just shut up. It's insane. Like, if you're a studio that's out there and you got people talking bad, like talking bad about you and this and that, like a way to shut them up is just gift them something. That's pretty much what it is. We see it all. We see it all the time, especially when it comes to video games. There are now, don't get me wrong. There are people out there that will still give you the honest feedback of the game. But there's a lot of people that once they get a good game or once they get a free game that they don't have to pay $70 for or more, they're like, hey, I'm just gonna say all these good things, in spite of all the stuff that's obvious in the game. I'm gonna just say all these good things about this game, so I can continue to get more free stuff. I'd rather somebody be honest with this game, like honest with video games and everything, and not receive anything at all, than than just lie just so they can get free games and stuff. Because then what happens is it breaks the trust between that person that's trying to sell and then the consumers themselves. And it's just like where we're going with actually we're already there with the not live, I was about to say live stream media, but with the mainstream media. Like, people, like, they put out these articles and we're just like, okay. Well, and usually we look at it on Twitter. We don't go on to like their website itself to give them traffic or anything. We just look at it and we're like, oh, this is stupid. Or somebody would screenshot it and then share it on their profile, and then we just look at their profile or on their timeline and see. It's pretty much what it is. This is crazy. Like, a person that is talking shit about a company, and then they're like, once they receive something from the company, they're like, I love the company. It's just so stupid.
the time. They even sent this woman food, dude. You can't make this up. And this is another problem with gaming these days. The quality of the game's writing in the West, at least, it has also hit an all-time low.
Yep.
Everything has to be about being oppressed, resisting the white man, and proving that the future is female despite every attempt they've made about this has failed miserably, and rightfully so. And at what point do these things just finally stop happening? Avowed looks like it was made for the modern audience, and then it lacks features that games 3 times its age already have.
And I will say this. I don't care. I will say this. But then it's oppressing the white man, right? But then if you put a black person as a villain, everybody's gonna say it's like those, like the ones that are doing all this creations and stuff like that. They're gonna be like, oh, it's racist. They put a black guy as a villain. Bro, I don't care if you're black, blue, green, purple, red, or brown. I don't care if you're short, tall, skinny, big. I don't give a damn. Like, they need to stop with this race. They need to stop with this whole identifying shit. Just make a fun game. That's it. That's all we ask. Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard to make a fun game? Damn.
And then we're just supposed to accept this very obvious lack of delivery from these game studios. Otherwise, we're what? Enemies of these developers?
Exactly.
Every time I see a new Western game get announced, I genuinely just feel apathy for it. Because I'm 85% of the time thinking to myself, okay, but how will they screw this one up? Like, it's crazy how things have changed. Did you know that Uncharted 2 took 22 months to develop? Not even 2 years. And yet Wonder Woman has been in development for longer, and they don't even have any gameplay out yet. What is going on with video games? Are we okay? It just seems that we're heading towards a point where these things either need to start working, or this industry just collapses entirely, Western-wise, I mean. The Chinese and Japanese and Koreans are making hit after hit, but with the rare...
No, I think indie devs are going to be the ones that are going to pick this up. Like, literally, somebody made a video game in, like, what, a week? Or, like, in 5 days or something like that. They made a video game where you just dig a hole. And that game is doing very well. I had to find it out. I saw it on Twitter. But you literally dig a hole, and people were like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Good selling Western game like Kingdom Come 2? What else do they have? The success versus the failure ratio of Westernized games is staggeringly lopsided these days. And it's a problem that is plaguing video games all over. We truly are just regressing as a medium. Things are costing more, they're looking worse somehow, and
Yeah.
having way less options or replayability too. Yet they're also taking 3 times as long to make, and most of the time they flop anyways because some idiot who thinks there's 900 genders gets hired somehow and ends up sabotaging everything that everybody else has worked on because their script and their characters are bad. At what point do we realize that these things just need to change? Fantasy games especially need to stop adhering to or trying to emulate the real world. Because the fantasy world is not the real world. That's the whole point. It's called fantasy. It's in the name. And then if you tell me
Right.
that your fantasy world is just one big place you can yell about Trump or something, I don't want to play your game. I'm just beyond sick of seeing so many franchises I know and love dying like this. And at this rate, China's just going to own everything in the end anyways. And when they do, they definitely won't let these Western devs add their stupid beliefs to their games anymore. And then what? It's just all a battle to the bottom, and it's clear that the rot is still coming, even if the entire woke movement has to some degree died pretty much, and lost a ton of their goodwill and funding thanks to the whole USAID scandal that I covered already in other videos. You ask me, gaming has 2 paths forward. We all either accept the slop, or we reject it. And I think I know which way it's going to go, and if you ask me, it seems like the end game here is the complete and utter dismembering of these sorts of games, because at this point, these games are just, they're no longer windows into new worlds, but thinly disguised lectures from people who just think they're better than you in every way, and they're really mad that you aren't willing to accept that as truth. But what do you think?
Yeah.
Let me know. Weird video, I know, but thanks for watching.
No, it's a good video. It's really good video. I think what it is that people are going to oops. I think it's just funny to me that people are willing to want to destroy something like that. People are really wanting to destroy video games in general. And what's going to happen in what's going to happen in video games and everything is that I haven't linked. There you go. Put it in chat. But yeah, what I think what's going to happen is people are just going to be sick and tired of these games, not buy them. Then they're going to be like, oh, I don't know what the hell to do. And they're going to be upset about it. And then what's going to happen with that is basically indie games are just going to, indie studios, AAA or double A's, they're all going to take over. Tencent's going to own like most of these AAA companies, fire everybody, and they're going to make their games that they want to make. Because guess what? Their games are going to be made in the U.S. Because you guys want to talk about tariffs and everything, guess what? All this stuff can be made in the U.S. because of Tencent will own that company. And that company, they'll be like, oh, no, just stay in the U.S. Just saying. I don't mean to bring the politics in there and stuff like that, but I'm just saying, like, ideally, that's probably what would happen. So, be sure to check out Endymion. Awesome person, 324K subs. But yeah, go subscribe to him, like his video and everything as well. And also let him know. Let him know what you guys think about the gaming industry and stuff. I think it's just complete ass what's going on with the gaming industry, and they are still failing to realize that we don't want their shit. That's all I got. Alrighty. All right. There was another one. I think it was Legendary Drops. He has some good videos I wanted to talk about. Was it live service?
To their existence.
I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay, it was this one. All right. Hit record. Here we go. All right. So this one is Legendary Drops. We have seen him before and talked about it. It's awesome. But yeah, Judgment Day has come for live service games. I'm sick and tired of live service games. I miss playing games where you got what you got, pretty much. Because they worked on the game even harder, and they're like, hey, once this game goes out the door, there's no coming back. There's no coming back from it. So I'm talking about like Nintendo games. There's some games on the original Xbox and everything like that where they had bugs and glitches in it. But guess what? The game will still function. The game works fine. So we're going to take a look at Legendary Drops and see what he has to say. This man makes some amazing videos. I got to mention that right now. He makes some amazing videos. The video essay and everything, and then the way how he delivers it and everything, it's just really good. I just have to say. I need to study this more, so I'm not just reading articles. So, yeah. But anyway, Legendary Drops, take it away.
We are in the calm before the storm, the eerie silence before the first shot is fired. Live service games almost entirely across the board have been losing players, losing relevance, and hemorrhaging money. While at the exact same time, every major publisher is rushing to go and make the next live service game, or they are desperately clinging on to their existing ones, trying to stay afloat, not realizing that's exactly what's causing this problem in the first place, because something's been going on, but nobody's caught wind of it. And it makes a lot of sense. In most cases, we look at gaming failures in a case-by-case basis, rather than zooming out and looking at the bigger picture. But when you do, you see that the foundation is starting to crumble. You look around and you see that every player in every community is complaining about the exact same things. You see prices that are skyrocketing and quality that's plummeting. You see microtransactions become the main priority of these companies, monetization become the main priority of these companies, and at the exact same time, communities are dying. You see that content creators and streamers who have built their entire career around single games have lost relevance at a rapid rate, and that's a sign of decay. That's a sign of collapse.
Yes.
These are warning signs that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. The industry has overvalued live service games to a reckless degree while undervaluing single-player games or just, day one paid-for experiences. And most of them have completely abandoned them. Look at EA. They come forward and believe that Dragon Age the Veilguard failed because a lack of live service elements. Yeah, this.
I heard that, and I was like, what? That's where we're going with this? That's what we're doing? That's where we're going? Okay. That's where we're going with that. Okay. It was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing that when I heard that, and I was like, wow. I don't know.
This is reality. What world do we live in? The best-selling and most talked-about games over the past few years have almost all been single-player games, and I think the vast majority of people will probably agree with me on that. Those are the games that I remember the most at the very least.
Yep.
Today, what I want to do is I want to talk about the slow drain on relevance in live service games, the exhaustion of the player base, and why putting all your money and betting all your money on live service has now become a death sentence. The industry is changing.
It's like
and I don't
gambling.
think they're ready for it.
But
Now, every single year we go through the same cycle. Players and content creators debating whether or not their favorite live service game is finally dying. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, virtually every major title goes through one of these phases. And for years, it's mostly been hyperbole. But now, it slowly goes through one of these phases. And for years, it's mostly been hyperbole.
Wait, maybe it's just Asmongold killing games.
But now, it's slowly becoming all but inevitable. Whether it's general fatigue, lack in content, financial strain, new game releases, or unchecked issues, players are leaving live service games in droves right now.
Lack of content and consistent issues with the game. Issues in the game that haven't been addressed. Let's just say for Call of Duty example, there's been a lot of issues with cheating and things like that. And they say, oh, well, we have Ricochet. I said it all the time when it came to Ricochet in video games or in the Call of Duty games all the time. They only turn it on when cheating gets crazy and their creators decide to start leaving or choose or start saying like, hey, I want to play a different game because the cheating's so bad, and they don't want them to leave because that's their cash cow. So that's when they turn on Ricochet. And then that's when you start seeing clips of of crazy things happening to cheaters, like, you know, when a cheater is shooting at somebody at a legit player, the legit player turns invisible, or somebody is using aim locking, like their sensitivity, like the stick or whatever, it just disables completely, and you're looking straight down, you're stuck, or you're just like locked in one position and you can't move around or you can't look around. So those, like, it's those issues, and we would say, and like it would happen for a bit. People would be like, okay, we're back and everything like that, and then it just seems like it gets turned off, and then they're like, all right, let's continue and see what's going on. But a lot of issues, like, I used to play Call of Duty a lot, but my biggest thing is every year when it comes to a Call of Duty title, there's always the dev error. It happened ever since Modern Warfare 2 that came out into like 2020? I can't remember. But Modern Warfare 2 and on, it's just constant dev errors. Game would freeze, dev error, you lose all your stuff, and then you'd have to do the whole thing again, which was very dumb. Well, I was playing DMZ, so when I say you lose everything, it was DMZ. Also in Modern Warfare 3, when you did Modern Warfare Zombies, if you got dev error, you lost everything. It counted as a loss, not a disconnect. So, yeah, that stuff made me mad as well. And that's why I just stopped playing Call of Duty. People have been asking about this issue, it hasn't been addressed, then they just ignore it, the problem, the whole time until the next Call of Duty comes out. And then they completely ignore the game. And then they go work on the next game, quote unquote, work on the next game. And then the same thing happens. Like, it is crazy.
Right now. I've mentioned this before, but Call of Duty has lost nearly all of the players that it gained from the launch of Black Ops 6. A dip in retention is normal, but this isn't a post-launch fall-off. This is a catastrophic collapse. And it's not just Black Ops 6. The Steam launcher is tracking Call of Duty Warzone as well, meaning that all numbers across the board are plummeting. YouTube and Twitch metrics are telling the same story. Content creators who have built their audiences around Call of Duty are seeing a fraction of their normal viewership. Apex Legends lost 70% of its player base in just 1 year, and all the complaints between these two games is almost identical. Lack in variety of content, reusing cosmetics rather than creating anything new, content that raises the skill ceiling and alienates casual players, persistent bugs and performance issues, rampant cheating, and yet somehow, some way, the only thing these developers seem to prioritize is monetization. Players are bored.
Also, another thing when it comes to these games and everything is not lack of features that should already be in the game. If you guys don't know, if you guys have looked at Apex Legends, compare Apex Legends to any other game. When you play ranked version of Apex Legends, the only thing you get is a badge. You get a badge and you get a sky trail. You don't get a weapon skin. You don't get a cool banner. You don't get a skin for your legend themselves. Nothing. There's not a leaderboard either. There's no leaderboard at all. So my thing is, if you don't have those simple things in the game, that doesn't give the players the incentive to play ranked. So a lot of people flood over to playing pubs. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Casual players, you know, that's like the only thing that they're able to play is play pubs because they don't want to play ranked. But then they're just getting completely destroyed, and it gets to the point where it just happens consistently where they don't think the game's fun anymore. They don't think the game's enjoyable, so then they lose players. It just happens with games. Like, you got to have something where it's like you got to have a middle ground between ranked players, or you have to have a middle ground between the like competitive players and then like the casual players. Casual players, they're just there to just have fun, kick it with their friends, and like, you know, play the game, win or lose, whatever, just have a good time. Ranked and competitive players, they want to have that experience. They want to feel that competitiveness between each other. If you put a leaderboard in, it's like the most insane thing ever. People will love that, because I can remember Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, and this is gonna be the last thing. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Remember when you did the training of the cargo ship? Like, it was in FNG, which is effing new guy, right? And they did the mock setup of the cargo ship, and they're like, the best time is 20 seconds, right? You got headshot bonuses, I think, in that game, but it was 20 seconds. to complete the whole training course, and then and then you would have the what was the name of it? Then it obviously give you the time and then what difficulties should be recommended. I saw so many of my friends play that for hours trying to beat the other person's time because somebody got like 18 seconds. And then the next person got 16, then got 15 seconds. Somebody got 14 seconds. And then somehow somebody got 10 seconds. And people are like, how the hell did you do that? And then people were trying to go after that. It's just like, it's that competitiveness. And then after beating the game on veteran, people try to do Mile High Club, which was a bonus mission in the campaign, where you have to beat it in a certain amount. Like, you only have a minute to go from like the bottom of the plane to the top of the plane to rescue the VIP and escape the plane in a minute. And people were even doing speed runs of those, trying to time that and everything. That's how fun games were back then. And that's why how a simple thing like a leaderboard can make a game fun. Put a leaderboard in a multiplayer game that has ranked and you'll have fun. Xify did the same thing. People were having fun on ranked because, first of all, you got skins for whatever level you're in. Going from even bronze to silver, you got rewards just for being in that class. So that's the thing. Like, you got to have content when it comes to these things, especially in competitiveness.
Fatigued and frustrated while these companies behind these games keep extending their hands asking for more money. And this has been a consistent trend because last year, Ubisoft reconfigured their battle pass for Rainbow Six Siege, increasing prices,
Those are the dumbest
rewards,
things.
not adding any new content to the game while asking players.
You guys already know what I'm talking about with Rainbow Six. They completely destroyed their casual players. They threw them out because they got rid of Terrorist Hunt. And then that's why we have Ready or Not and people play that. And that's why a lot of people play 6 Days in Fallujah, or not a lot of people, but some people play 6 Days in Fallujah as well. Which I gotta play that game once I upgrade my PC and everything, because I really want to stream that, and I really want to record videos on that because that game is so fun.
Players if they'd like to purchase a membership to keep playing the game. Many live service studios have tunnel vision profit and have completely lost sight of the quality of their product and the service that they're supposed to be delivering. That's why they're losing players. I mean, look at what's going on with League of Legends. Riot has always been a studio, for the most part, that has been frequently celebrated by its players. But recently, the developers stepped forward to explain that while player retention is stable and revenue is up, they've come to realize that Hextech chests, a free reward path that many players made their primary way of earning free cosmetics, is somehow not sustainable anymore. And quote, we are giving away too much free stuff. Guys, we're making enough money, but we want more. That's essentially what they're saying here. Who the hell greenlit this? These dudes said, we only want you to buy something when you feel it's worth it, yet you took away the only way for players to get free stuff. Yeah. How did you think this is going to go over? Now, while many live service games have been struggling the past few years, much of it for self-inflicted reasons more than anything else.
Did they get rid of the hex chest, or did they stick it behind a paywall? Because people are saying like it's there, but you have to but you have to pay for it now, which I think is dumb.
Single player games have been thriving. We are in the middle of a renaissance, with both indie and AAA games reaching massive audiences and delivering real satisfaction. Hogwarts Legacy outsold Call of Duty. Baldur's Gate 3 is still one of Steam's most played games. Black Myth Wukong shattered Steam's concurrent player records.
Hell yeah.
Kingdom Come Deliverance made all of its money back within 24 hours, and the player numbers continue to rise. The list goes on. While live service games are still popular, we are witnessing a shift. Players are finding more value and are being more valued in single-player experiences. It's hard to ignore all the successes. And I think this is the key weakness in live service games and why they're struggling. Many single-player games still understand what players want, while live service games have lost sight of it entirely. The best single-player games aren't just selling gameplay, they are delivering a complete experience, a world worth investing in, a story worth following. Meanwhile, live service games have become nothing more than a financial experiment rather than a creative pursuit. Yeah. Studios aren't building games for players anymore, they're building platforms to extract revenue. Every update, every feature, every design decision is dictated by retention metrics and engagement algorithms rather than genuine craftsmanship. The result? A stagnant, disposable gaming ecosystem where quality is an afterthought and player goodwill is traded for short-term profit. That's why I find it almost comical to hear that EA's Andrew Wilson, a man who has spent years gutting single-player franchises, is suggesting that Dragon Age The Veilguard failed because it lacked live service elements. It's a perfect example of how disconnected these
I will say, wow, that was perfect timing that the screen went black. I will say that it is very interesting to see that like CEOs and things like that, like them being in charge of these studios and companies, like, do they have a background in like at least experience of playing video games? Like, that's my whole thing. Like, a lot of people are being hired for like different positions, and this is anywhere, like, but a lot of people are getting hired for these positions and everything, but they don't have anything in relations to video games at all. It's like you're working on a product that you had no interest in. You just did it for the money, which right there for me personally is a red flag. Like, if you hire a tester for your game and it's like, well, have you ever played any video games? And they're like, no, I don't play any video games. I don't like video games. And it's like, but I'm here because I want money, you know, things like that. It's like, me personally, I'd be like, why would I hire you then? Like, it doesn't have to be like, you don't have to like this certain title of game. You don't have to like this style of game. There are some people that I work with that don't play Apex Legends. They play League of Legends. There's people that play RTS games. There's people that play only RPG games and stuff like that. They have not played Apex Legends, which is totally fine. But guess what? They have but they have some sort of experience in gaming, and this is something completely new to them, which is great for experience for like data collecting, because it's like, say for instance, somebody who's brand new to Apex, who's never played the game before, and they're experiencing this whole system and everything like that. Like, what do they think? Their perspective and their thoughts on the game is really important compared, sorry to say, but compared to a person who has played the game for so long and everything like that. Because yes, you have, because the people that are experienced and play the game and everything, they're like pretty much already in the game. Like they're like, it's like, all right, we got you, you're with us, cool, this and that, right? We just got to keep you happy. But they're trying to reach out and get more people. They're trying to get more people to get into the game and play the game. And I mean, I've talked to some people about it, because a lot of people didn't know about the ranks, they didn't know about the arena mode. And a lot of them are like, oh man, arena mode would have been so cool. And I'm like, bro, arena was so fun. Like, if they brought that back, oh, man, a lot of people, I think, well, not a lot of people, but like a good amount of players would come back. I would come back. So
executives are from reality. They aren't just ignoring the industry's trends, successes, and failures. They're actively rejecting the lessons that they should be learning. Yeah. In an article written by Todd Black of GamerRanks titled EA Boss Feels Dragon Age the Veilguard Failed Because of a Lack of Live Service Elements, Todd writes, video games can fail for multiple reasons, and not all of them is on the developer or publisher. There are plenty of cult classic titles that were high-quality games, it's just that many people didn't give them the chance. There are also times when games are high quality, but developers and publishers never gave them the big push marketing-wise, so people really weren't aware of them and thus didn't buy them. True. Then there are games like Dragon Age the Veilguard, which had plenty of push from BioWare and EA, but it also had a ton of baggage in the public eye. And that was the key reason why it failed. However, that's not what Electronic Arts feels. While speaking at an investor call, as noted by comicbook.com, EA CEO Andrew Wilson made a bold statement claiming that the reason the BioWare RPG failed wasn't because of a lack in quality or marketing, but because the game didn't have any live service elements to help it connect with gamers. Now, to make sure that I really drive home Andrew Wilson's words, because I want to make sure everybody understands this clearly, I'm going to do this in my best CEO voice, so give me just a second.
Oh.
We know as a global leader in entertainment, great titles, even when built and delivered with polished execution, can sometimes miss our financial expectations. In order to break beyond the core audience, games need to directly connect with the evolving demands of players who increasingly seek shared world features and deeper engagement alongside high-quality narratives in this beloved category. Dragon Age had a high-quality launch, the biggest launch, probably the biggest launch ever. And it was well reviewed by critics and those who played it. However, it did not resonate with a broad enough audience in this highly competitive market. Guys, I don't know what to say. Andrew Wilson isn't just out of touch. I don't even think this guy is on Earth. I'm starting to wonder if all these gaming CEOs all get together for a peyote retreat in the desert. Live service is becoming Scientology to these people. The idea that Dragon Age the Veilguard failed because of lack of shared world experiences that players crave is laughable when the data shows the players aren't craving shared world experiences, They're craving good games, and they always have.
Yeah.
By the way, keep in mind, he is the one that made the decision to revert the game from a live service game back into a single-player game. So if he had all this infinite wisdom, where was it when he made that decision? This isn't the first time that EA has tried to push this narrative. Back in 2017, Wilson said almost the exact same thing, that players just don't want linear games anymore like they did 10 years ago. And what was the result of that thinking? Well, EA shut down Visceral Games, the developers of Dead Space, one of the most beloved single-player studios.
This was good. This is what hurt me, because I'm like, again, I still gotta play Battlefield Hardline and everything like that. We're gonna do a Sunday side quest on that. We're gonna play the campaign of that. Dead Space, I got it right here. It's still in the wrap. It's the remake though. But yeah, dude, it's so sad to see, like, it's choices, and it's not just this company. It's with other companies as well. It's just like the wrong choices for the games that have potential, or the games that are doing very well that are getting cut because they're trying to please with another game that we know nothing about. So that is an issue. That's a huge issue in the industry.
That they had, because CFO Blake Jorgensen declared that they had to cut the bridge when you realize that you can't make a lot of money on something. And here we are years later watching EA continue the same move away from single-player games and pushing more into live service. Blaming the Veilguard's failure on a lack of live service, to me, is nothing more than a desperate attempt to justify a shift that's well underway. A shift where EA can quietly transition all of its studios into live service factories while cutting out single-player development entirely. Because to them, single player is too expensive, too risky, and not profitable enough. And to me, that's a death sentence. I think that by ignoring single player successes and their value, these studios and publishers have lost sight of why players come to play games in the first place. And that isn't sustainable, and we're starting to see the signs of that now. Now, before I get into this, because this is a multi-layered issue that these games and these companies are suffering from, I don't have an issue with live service games. I love live service games. There's plenty of them that I play, but I think that these companies have undervalued single-player games and complete paid experiences, and I don't think they understand those game successes, and I think they're failing to learn the right lessons. Players do not have the time, the money, or the energy to only play live service games. That's not sustainable. We need variety. And in a lot of ways, I think something that they've kind of forgotten is that single-player games kind of act as a loss leader, drawing people into a publisher's ecosystem, building rapport, creating credibility, and strengthening that studio's reputation. Because reputation...
I can think of one game off the top of my head that had a great live service. I don't know if people will know this, but it was on Xbox 360. Phantasy Star Universe. That game was an amazing live service game. At the time, it was just like WoW, where you had to pay a monthly membership. For that game, it was $10. You paid it was $9.99. Let's put it that way. You paid $9.99 a month for the membership, subscription membership. And basically what that does is it just gives you access to the Xbox Live version of it, where you can run around, be social, and do missions and things like that, and get some pretty damn cool loot in the process. It was all grindy. There's no microtransactions back then, so you couldn't just buy your way through stuff. You actually had to literally grind, and you had to grind your ass off to get these things, and it was really cool to see. But unfortunately, they were with Sega, but unfortunately, their servers went down and everything, and that was still a sad moment. So, but yeah, that game was amazing. That was a great live service game, because the events that they had were amazing. They had a Sonic event that happened like only one time in the summer, and it's like basically Sonic would run around a certain area, and if you caught him, then you got like some cool items. You got like cool cosmetics. Or a cool weapon. You got like some like an ability and everything like that. It was really cool to see. Then they had like stuff for like the holidays. They had like 4th of July. They had, and it wasn't only just for the US. They had it for like other countries too. Like they had stuff for like Chinese New Year. They put that in the game and stuff. So it was really cool. It was like, it felt very multicultural, and I loved that game. Unfortunately, it's no more. That's why I chose, like, that game made me get a job before I got a car. Put it that way. That's how dedicated I was to that game and playing video games, because I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna get my own job. I'm gonna get a job so I can start paying for these memberships, because back then people were buying, we're using the parents' credit cards and stuff to still do it now to purchase like Microsoft points and stuff like that. Bro, no, I just went and got my own job. Anyway, I'm digressing.
Is a currency. YouTubers know this all too well. Every single time I take a sponsorship, I'm spending some of my reputation, but I can't make everything I do a sponsorship because reputation and respect has to be earned before it can be spent. And I think there's something to say about creativity as a currency as well. It needs to be generated and nurtured before it can be spent, and there is a finite amount of it. When you only focus on live service games, you are locking your developers into creative purgatory. They don't get to explore, take risks, or try something new. They're stuck, turning out the same shit, update after update, working on the same maps, the same mechanics, in the same game without ever learning anything new, never evolving. Hell, I recently spoke with current and former Call of Duty developers when I was getting ready to make this video, and I asked them about the issues that were plaguing their games, and they all pointed to the exact same thing. They are never allowed to do any real engineering or creative work on the IP or its engine. It has effectively been the same thing for over a decade because Activision refuses to give them the time to improve it. Why? Because they have to ship a new Call of Duty every single year. Activision, from my perspective, is the poster child for abandoning single-player games and choking the life out of its own studios. They absorbed Neversoft and Radical Entertainment and then sent those developers into the Call of Duty mines. They killed creativity in exchange for predictable assembly line production, and now their games are suffering as a result of that. Why not let them go back and develop another Tony Hawk Pro Skater or a new prototype sequel? Let Raven Software go make another Singularity. Let's see how that experimentation and creativity could be used in Call of Duty or maybe an entirely new IP in the future. This is why live service games are failing today. These companies are completely out of touch. Their games are devoid of creativity. They're pumping out copy-paste corporate slop that's only temporarily relevant before players inevitably just burn out from it. Live service isn't inherently bad, but the way that these executives have been handling it, well, it's a slow, creativity-draining death march. Single-player games, standalone titles, or traditional games are what built this industry. Live service games are just a product of that. They are what taught developers how to connect with players. They gave studios the time to understand what players actually want to build.
See, and the crazy thing is that with Call of Duty or with Activision, the only thing that's really holding them up right now, especially with Black Ops 6, is zombies. They're doing a great job with zombies and everything. Yeah, they still have bugs and issues with zombies and stuff, but that is literally their cash cow right now. And the reason behind that is you can watch Jeb's videos and stuff like that. When he was talking about the battle, was it the new season that was coming out, and they looked at the roadmap for that new season. Multiplayer got love, and zombies got love because obviously they got new map in there and new weapons and stuff, and also new gobblegums and perks. But then Warzone didn't get anything, and people were pissed off about Warzone. But we also say this: we're like, well, the people that were pissed off with Warzone, the people that pissed off with Warzone, they had this for Modern Warfare 2019, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops. They had it. Well, I want to say, well, Black Ops kind of. I'll kind of give it to them, but then also Vanguard. They were all Warzone focused, and multiplayer and whatever standalone or whatever mode that they had, either co-op or like DMZ and stuff like that, got ignored. They all catered to Warzone. Warzone's not the golden child anymore. It's not. It's a free-to-play game. Cool, I understand that, but not everybody's gonna want to play that. And people want to play zombies and other modes and multiplayer.
Build mechanics that resonate and to develop the skills that were necessary for them to succeed later on and create new things like live service games. But these executives don't see it that way. They don't see developers as creators. They see them as factory workers assembling the same generic product over and over again until they're burned out. And that's the real problem here. How creative do you think a developer can be if they've only ever worked on Call of Duty? What happens when you go to ask them to make something else? They can't. Haven't you guys noticed that every single time we see a game that's made by former Destiny, Call of Duty, or Battlefield developers, it just ends up looking like the same game that they've always made? Yep. The reason Activision doesn't make new games is because they forgot how to. And it's not just them. Franchise fatigue is killing single-player games too. Every Ubisoft open-world game feels like another Assassin's Creed reskin because nobody is allowed to branch out and try something new. But instead of course-correcting, EA, Activision, Ubisoft, and every other major...
I will say that, yes, I agree to an extent. Be creative, make something different when it comes to like to games and stuff, but not make sure it doesn't lose the and I hate to say it, but make sure it doesn't lose the identity of the game. Like what made the game, right? That's like making a making Battlefield how Battlefield is. Let me put it this way: 2042 is a good example. Battlefield, from Battlefield 5 all the way to the very first Battlefield, was all just generic characters. They just had different class sets. You had 4 different dudes, different class sets. One had a sniper rifle, one had an LMG, one had an assault rifle, one had an SMG or a carbine, whatever. Then they had different things. One had a med kit, one had ammo kit, one had a repair tool with a rocket launcher as well, and then another one had either a SOFLAM, binoculars, or some way of doing reconnaissance. That's how it was. Fast forward to Battlefield 2042. They were like, let's change it up. Let's put specialists in there, where pretty much it turned into a hero shooter, because it was like Sundance has a wingsuit. It's the only person with a wingsuit, and then they have a grenade that when you throw it, it can be a cluster grenade or it can track a vehicle, which I thought was very weird. You have Pack. Is it Pac or Pack? Pack, where she has a visor. She puts the visor down, she can see enemies through walls for like 10 seconds. And that was stuff that we didn't want. So my thing is, everybody in that community was like, no, take this out. Please go back to, like, with the next Battlefield, they're like, please go back to the regular, the way how it was before, which Battlefield, what they were saying, the developers were saying for Battlefield, they said that they were cooking. They were trying to bring everything, different aspects from the previous Battlefields, what made those games great, and put them in this, which I feel happy about. I got to figure out, we got to see what's going to happen later, but or as the game develops and everything. But I think that would be, like, ideally, it sounds really cool, because this is something that the community has wanted for such a long time. Very, very long time.
Publisher is chasing this model, and they're betting everything on short-term profit. And while it's worked before, and it might be working now in some cases, it's not going to work forever. Eventually, they are going to run out of players that are willing to put up with the same tired games and developers that are willing to make them. It really is a death march, because they can't take their foot off the gas. They cannot stop. They have to keep moving forward. They have to keep making more live service games. They have to command all of their attention, because if they don't, the investors are going to leave, and we can't have that. And the CEO, he's not going to make that big old bonus that he wants. Lord knows they don't suffer from any consequences for their actions. And they don't think about the long-term consequences of those actions on the companies that they have right now. They just rot them out and jump ship the second they get the chance to. And what ends up happening as a result is, the longer that they pay attention to these games, the longer that these games command their full attention, well, the more damage it's doing to their audience, because they're losing touch with that audience. They're not developing anything new. They're not giving their developers any creative freedom to grow and be better at their job, or to improve the engine, or whatever it might be.
And what happens? Those devs leave. They leave and they go create their own studio. Why? Because they will have the creative freedom that they have been wanting for so long, but they are restricted. There's something that I remember when it came to these, when I was in school, and they said, when working in the game industry, being an artist or being a designer, they said it's a lot better when you work in indie or a AA studio. And the reason why is because you can have the same exact position in, let's say, being an artist. You want to be an environmental artist, right? Or let's just say a prop artist, right? And you're like, okay, cool. I'm a prop artist. I make this, I make that. Totally fine. Well, with prop artists in a indie AA studio, they would be like, okay, what we need you to do is we need you to make a sword. We need you to make the fences. We need you to make a shield. We need you to make an armor set, I guess. Just something like that, right? And you're like, oh, right, cool. I can make all these cool things for this game. And we're going to put them in the game. We're going to test it out, obviously, and things like that. And, like, do multiple passes and stuff, which is very awesome. In the AAA industry, they already have like a massive team of artists and things like that. You do the same position. They're like for a prop artist, they're like, we need you to make a doorknob. That's it. Just need you to make a doorknob. We need you to make various doorknobs. Which one sounds better? Being able to 3D model texture and oh, that's also another thing. When it comes to indie studios, since they have less artists, you do more stuff. So not only 3D modeling, you got to UV it, you got to UV map it, you got to texture it, things like that. And then you obviously apply the materials, create the materials, and do that. AAA studios, they already have all that. So all you do is just 3D model, and then that's it. Yeah, sounds kind of boring. Until you get promoted and you go to a higher level and stuff, then they're like, okay, we need you to make these things left and right. So, and I wouldn't say it's all AAA. It's not all AAA studios, but it's a good amount of AAA studios that do that.
And what do you think is going to be the end result of that? Well, the foundation of some of these long-standing live service games is completely rotted out. It's just waiting for somebody else, a slight wind to come by and just topple the whole thing over. You know, I was wondering something recently. Why live service games feel so homogenous? And I know a lot of you guys have already experienced this. You look and you see a new live service game come out and you're like, that looks a lot like this other game, but just reskinned or a different theme or whatever it might be.
Yep.
And the reason why is because they just keep cycling these developers around. Concord, brought to you by the developers of Destiny 2, making Destiny 2 combat but boring and with ugly characters. We're getting Temu versions of games rather than anything genuinely fresh or new. 2K just fired the director of Project Ethos. Never heard of it? That's why they fired him. It's ex-Call of Duty veterans that are making a Fortnite copy, just a straight-up clone, but diverse. Sound familiar at all to you guys?
I remember that game.
Xbox just hired the marketing and operations director of Concord for Halo. Because that's going to work.
Yeah, I just posted a video about that on the channel. I just published that. Yeah, that one was interesting. And you guys already know what I said about that one. I'm just like, people didn't hear about Concord until people started talking about it. And it's like, you're a senior product manager.
Everybody stay calm.
Like, where did it go? We didn't see it at all. Yeah, it's just like where'd it go? Like we didn't see it. We haven't seen it at all. So like I do not get it at all. Like what the hell is going on? So it's the weirdest thing ever. Weirdest thing ever. So I don't know. I have no idea what is going on with this. You know, we're on a break right now, an ad break. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, here we go.
The biggest issue that I see in these long-standing live service games is that they are losing control of their games, they're losing touch with their audience, and they are unable to do anything about it because they just refuse to stop. Because all of these games, I'm telling you guys, go look, every single one of them is suffering from the same issues because it's the same people making the same game with the same updates, and they just cannot fix anything. They can never change, they can never evolve it, and they're just waiting for somebody else, some other competition to come by and just knock them out of their seat. And that's exactly what's going to end up happening. And then the cycle is just going to continue over again. And in the case of like EA or Ubisoft or Activision, in their greed, they have stripped the forest bare. They have drained the talent, so there's not even a drop left. And now it's all going up in flames. And something that I don't think they realized, I don't know how they didn't see this coming, the fire's burning a little bit faster than they probably imagined. And the reason why, and it's something that I'm surprised a lot of other people haven't taken notice of, but did you guys know that in 2024 alone, PlayStation had 25 live service games hit their store? That's just on one platform. You add Steam into that pool? My God. They all want the biggest catch. Too many fishermen, not enough fish. The pond isn't getting any bigger. It's drying up.
Yeah.
See, the problem with chasing trends is that eventually the market is going to reach a saturation point, and live service gaming has already hit its breaking point. The industry's gold rush towards live service games was fueled by the idea of seemingly endless profits from games like Fortnite, Warzone, and Genshin.
It's not even that. We already reached the it's already saturated. Look at all the battle royale games. It's to the point where every single game, it's the point that like every single video game that's a first-person shooter or a third-person shooter has to have a battle royale in it. People have been talking about this for so long, and living proof of that was X-Fine. X-Fine didn't have a battle royale in it. They said, no, we don't want battle royale. We just want it to be an arena shooter. And people immediately trashed on it, started hating on it, saying, oh, this game is going to suck because it doesn't have a battle royale to it. But it doesn't matter, because even if they were to make a battle royale for that game, people would still compare it to Call of Duty, compare it to Apex Legends, compare it to wherever their favorite battle royale game is. They'd play it for a little bit, and then they would leave. It's that simple. They did it with Battlefield 5 when Firestorm came out. That's why when it comes to games that are well known for like certain things like the multiplayer and things like that, they should keep working on the multiplayer, but then add something different with within the multiplayer. Add a different mode. It still stays in the realms of multiplayer. Perfect example is Battlefield 4. Battlefield 4, when they were doing updates and everything, and I mean this is when EA was like it was at its peak. They added new DLCs came in later on. DLCs came in the game later on, and they added new modes. They added Carrier Assault, which was so cool because it was you're playing Conquest in the middle. It's like an island. And it's like multiple areas that have islands and stuff like that, or multiple maps that have islands. And on each side of the map itself is an aircraft carrier. And what you would have to do is you guys would both teams would compete on the island. Once you have fully contested, or not contested, you fully conquered that island, then the whole of their ship gets breached. An explosion happens, and a ramp drops and everything like that. Then the team that took over that island is able to go and fully assault their carrier. They're able to fully assault their carrier and everything. And what you have to do is it turns into rush. Because now what you have to do is you have to plant 2 charges, I believe, in the sections of the ship. And if you're able to do that, you win the game because you sink their carrier. It's like Battleship in Battlefield, which I think is the coolest thing ever. And it's not one-sided. If somehow while you're attacking their carrier, they can take over the island, and if they fully take over, then the hole in your ship gets breached. And if nobody's there to defend that ship, then guess what? You lose. So it becomes like one of those things where you have to coordinate. And that's like something that was really good. Another perfect example of Battlefield. The team coordination is so good. That's why I like Battlefield. over Call of Duty.
Mention impact, but as more games have flooded the ecosystem, the reality has become painfully obvious that players are spread too thin, and the industry has created an environment in which, well, nothing feels permanent. When PUBG first popularized the Battle Royale genre, its audience was locked in. There was nowhere else to go, but now that audience is disseminated across countless games: Fortnite, Warzone, Apex Legends, Hunt Showdown, Escape from Tarkov, and the list keeps growing. There's more and more competitors. The same thing is now going on with hero shooters. Once Overwatch ruled unchallenged, but now Marvel Rivals has stolen its thunder. Valve's Deadlock is quietly making improvements, and niche competitors are picking away at the audience that's left. And here's the core issue: the more options that players have, the harder it becomes for any single game to retain its audience. In the past, live service games had a natural monopoly. Players stayed where they had to. Now, the second a game stumbles, well, there's already another game that's ready to take its place. Now, what makes matters,
I think what a lot of these games fail to do is they would make a game. It would be like they're like the first game to do it, or first company to make that genre of game. I'm sorry. But then what happens is they're like, all right, we're done. Like, we made it, we're done. Let's just do like small updates and everything like that. They don't think of how could we make this game even better. So if somebody were to copy this game, or not copy it, were to take influence of this game and like create a game that has a better feature, we would already have it, type of thing. I think that's what it is. They just stay as like, we're done. Like all right, we made this game. It's good. People like it. Having a good time. That's it. And then another game comes out, and then everybody leaves and goes to that game, or not. A strong player base from your game goes to their game, and they love it more. And it's like, why? Why is that? Well, ask your community. What is something else that they would like to see in the game? Listen to your community, and then develop those things, and then the game will do very well. I don't know why studios just lose the sight of that, but they do.
Even worse is that these companies haven't done anything to actually hold on to their audiences outside of trying to trap them in loops of sunk cost fallacy. They don't build communities, they build financial incentives to stay. True. Flooding the games with battle passes, FOMO-driven events, and expensive cosmetics, but there's a massive flaw to that system. Once players leave, they don't come back. And why would those players come back? Because it's not like any of these games are doing anything for them in the...
No, they do come back. They come back for an update to see like if they changed whatever issue that was with the game. And then when they don't, then it leaves. Then they leave again. And you could tell by looking at Steam and everything like that with most of the games, there will be a huge spike. It would be up when it releases. Then we'll start dwindling down, start going down. And then when they do the release, you'll see a huge spike because then you have content creators that are promoting the game with their hashtag ads and stuff like that. YouTubers doing the same thing. And then people are playing it, having a good time for a bit. And then it just immediately goes back down because there's nothing great about it. It is what it is.
The first place, they're not delivering on their needs. They're not fixing issues in their game. Heck, they're not even keeping up with industry best practices. Newer live service games like Marvel Rivals have non-expiring battle passes, allowing you to be able to progress it at your own pace. Games like Helldivers 2 are pushing regular, meaningful content updates without the need for excessive monetization. You can earn it all just by playing the game. Meanwhile, Fortnite, the king of live service games, is constantly reinventing itself, offering massive collaborations, completely fresh mechanics, and incentives that actually feel rewarding. What have these long-standing live service games done to keep up? Almost nothing. Call of Duty, Apex Legends, Destiny 2, they've spent years raising their prices, removing content, and doubling down on aggressive monetization while offering less in return. They aren't rewarding players' loyalty, they're punishing it.
Yeah, because my thing is that people should... Especially for Destiny, I know people that paid for the game and everything. You can't do, what was it? The Red campaign, I think that's what it's called. You can't do that. You cannot play that campaign. That has been removed. It has been vaulted. It's been removed. You cannot access that anymore. Or the Red War, that's what it was called. And there's a whole bunch of stuff. And a lot of people, and the thing is, people paid for those. People didn't get a refund for that. They didn't get like a cosmetic or a cool skin, like a exclusive skin or anything like that for playing it. Or like they didn't get compensated in any sort of way because you literally just took money away from them. And that's something I don't agree with. So
And I know this firsthand. When live service games were fresh, I spent money all the time. I'd buy skins, battle passes, cosmetics, all of it. But the more games that got released, I realized that none of it really mattered. The skins, the battle passes, the digital trinkets that I spent money on, all of this stuff was meaningless the moment that I stopped playing that game. And as I moved from game to game, I stopped spending almost entirely because I knew I would inevitably leave. Why invest in something so temporary? Look at Call of Duty. They've tied Warzone to every new entry release in the series, meaning that every single year that there's a new Call of Duty that comes out, all the skins that you purchased, all the camos that you earned, all the progress that you've made, well, it's all wiped entirely clean. Every year, players are starting out in a brand new microtransaction ecosystem where their past investments, both time and money, have been made entirely meaningless because Activision doesn't value your money. What is going to be the long-term effect on those players? This is the environment that the industry has created. In their greedy attempt to chase infinite growth, they've now turned every single game into a temporary investment.
The only thing that somewhat stays with you from the previous ones is Warzone. But the thing is, again, not everybody likes battle royales. Not many people want to play battle royales. People want to use their skins in other games, in their other games. So it's like playing Black Ops 6, playing zombies, right? I want to use my ghost face. I don't have a ghost face. I want to use John McClane from Black Ops Cold War in Black Ops 6. Why? Because I purchased that pack and I wanted to use the pack. I want to use those guns and everything and play the game. I want to play a new game using the stuff that I have. That's why time to time I'll go back and play Cold War because first of all, I like playing their zombies. Their zombies was fun. And also the skins that I bought. People just think that they could just generate money. People think that they'll just throw their wallets at them. And people are starting to realize, this is bullshit. That's what it is.
Eventually conditioning players to never fully commit because, well, they know something new is right around the corner. And while we might not be seeing the full effects of this yet, I think we're starting to see the signs of it. EA's been doing the same thing with their sports games, and it's no wonder that year over year, live service money and player retention is falling. Players spend time and money in their Ultimate Team modes only to have that completely erased with the next installment. That's why I think it's nearly impossible for some of these struggling live service games to recover because they've trained their audiences to leave the moment that things get stale. They've made core features feel like an afterthought while monetization takes a priority. They've made every single game feel like a disposable experience, so why should players stay or spend money on them? Yeah. This kind of loops back to the original discussion I was having before on the long-term consequences of live service games, how the longer they go on, the more the industry loses sight of what actually brings players in. Most of these companies didn't start out making live service games. They had to make games that delivered value up front. They forgot how to do that. They used to have to make an impact on day one, and they had to hold on to that player's attention immediately. They had to be worth the money, because if they weren't, they failed. That sense of urgency and respect for the audience is gone when you turn a game into a routine. Now, beyond losing players in existing games, the oversaturation of live service games is making it nearly impossible to launch new ones. There are only so many players and only so many people have the time, money, and patience to dedicate to a single game, yet these companies keep flooding the market with the same type of game competing for the same limited audience. Think about it. Sony planned over a dozen live service games to launch between 2024 and 2025. Where did they think those players would come from? And better yet, how did they expect for any of these games to be profitable when you're making so many live service games that you're not only competing with the industry, you're now competing with yourself. You are cannibalizing your own games. What did they expect? How did they think flooding the market with dozens of competing live service games, many of them sharing the same monetization models, gameplay loops, and even development DNA, was going to work? Look, live service games need long-term investment from players. They need dedicated time, engagement, and spending to be successful. Yet Sony and a lot of these other publishers keep trying to go with this shotgun approach, launching multiple at once as if players are going to be able to juggle them all. All of these companies are cannibalizing themselves, splitting their own potential audience across too many projects, too many games, and too many financial asks. You can't build a thriving long-term player base when every 6 months you're throwing a new live service game into the ring and expecting it to gain traction. These companies have bet everything on endless live service growth, and instead, well, they've created an unsustainable arms race where games don't have a chance to even establish themselves in the market before somebody else is there trying to take their place. And the funny thing is, I've already been proven right, because what was the end result of Sony's big push into live service? Well, over 10 of the known projects that Sony has made for live service have been canceled, including the absolute dumpster fire that was Concord, with thousands of jobs.
All right, let's see here. So, updated list of canceled live service games from PlayStation in the past year. Concord, we already know that. Unannounced God of War game canceled. The Last of Us Online canceled. I remember hearing about that. Spider-Man: The Great Web canceled. Ben Studio multiplayer canceled. Twisted Metal, which was Fire Sprite, canceled. London Studios co-op game studio, their co-op game and their studio, closed and canceled. Deviation Games multiplayer game canceled. Payback, third-person Destiny spin-off from Bungie, canceled. Horizon MMO from I don't know, NCSoft, canceled. Marathon announced. Fair Games unannounced. Horizon Online Guerrilla Games announced. Bungie Gummy Bears in development. New Jason Blundell game in development, and Helldivers 2 is live. That is insane. That is insane to see. That's not a good look, especially coming from certain publishers and things like that. That's crazy. That is insane.
Jobs lost and hundreds of millions of dollars torched for nothing. The only survivors, Bungie's Concord and Fair Games, which is effectively Concord 2 Payday Boogaloo, and we know exactly how that's going to end. Personally, I can't wait to farm it. Thank you, Sony, for the content. The only game that they actually found success with? Helldivers 2, a game that was a breakout hit, yet Sony found a way to be able to sabotage themselves, wanting to force players into PlayStation login, but luckily they ended up walking.
And restrictions. And region restrictions, which is still a thing.
That back and the game is recovered, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that game is not the success that they were trying to bet on. But this was Sony's big bet. They thought live service was the future, and out of the 12 plus games that they were working on, or at least the ones that we know of, only one of them found moderate success. Now they're just stuck cleaning up the wreckage. The
reason why they're probably like why Helldivers 2 did so well and everything, or like why they're, I'd say, somewhat upset about it or confused, is because they're like, this is like a nobody game. Like, who are you? You're not among the big titles that are coming out. Who are you to make a very great game? You guys aren't gonna make a lot of money. But then when it blew up, they're like, oh shoot, yeah, I knew this game is gonna do well. This game is gonna do very good. And then what happens? May 6th shows up, and then they try to take over. A publisher, not a developer. They tried to take over the game by doing the PSN requirements and then region locking the game, or doing region restrictions on the game. So that completely screwed people over and pissed a lot of people off. So again, it's just messed up to see that.
The reality is that this industry is too competitive and too unpredictable to bet everything on live service. These companies think they're diversifying themselves by flooding the market with live service games, but in reality, they're all just making the exact same game. Every game has a battle pass. Every game wants you to grind for unlocks. Every game wants you to log in daily. And when everything is the same, nothing stands out. And the worst part of it is that these companies know that the gaming audience isn't infinite. They just don't want to admit it. That's why we're seeing PlayStation and Xbox slowly abandon console exclusivity, because they need every sale that they can get. Square Enix and other publishers are finally putting their biggest franchises on multiple platforms because exclusivity just isn't sustainable anymore. Xbox is putting Forza Horizon 5 and the Gears of War collection on PlayStation, and allegedly they're also going to end up bringing the Master Chief collection over. I'm all for ending console exclusivity, and honestly, Xbox is making a smart move in doing this, but let's not pretend that this is happening because of some consumer-first mentality. This is happening because these companies are desperate. They've overexpanded.
I will say that's true, and that's true, saying the overexpansion. But here's my thing. It's cool having I completely understand his side, but I disagree. And the reason why is because of the Xbox 360 and PS3 era on the consoles, is having some games that are exclusive to those consoles made people want to purchase those consoles because they wanted to play the games that bad. Like even in PS4 and Xbox One, like PS4 had what? Metal Gear. They had Metal Gear Solid 4, Sons of Liberty. They also had Ace Combat Infinite, or Ace Combat Infinity. And I love those games. The thing is, I couldn't play it on Xbox. I had in order for me to play those games, I had to get a PS4. Honestly, I didn't get a PS4 until later on when my ex-girlfriend, she gave one to me because I gave her my old Xbox, so she gave me her old PS4. So I was like, all right, cool, bet. But I still haven't played the game on PS4. I haven't even touched it. I still have a PS4 that's just sitting in a backpack, literally with a cable and everything. So, yeah. But it's very interesting to see, with these games, or where where I was going with this is that it's good to have some exclusivity for the platforms and everything, but just have it in some sort of fairness. Like, still also what do you call it? Obviously, share have some games that share, that compare between all three, with PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, like they did with trying to think with Battlefield. They did it where everybody was able to play it. Like, it wasn't restricted or anything like that. That's totally fine. But when you have like when you have games that really, really like made that company or made that platform grow, like, just keep it exclusive. Just do it. It worked well, and it brought sales in for consoles and things like that. So it's just crazy. Like, me, how I look at it is that Xbox gave up. They were like, we're hurting. We need more money and things like that. Let's just throw all our games to give them to PlayStation. PlayStation's like, all right, cool, bet. But PlayStation's like, we'll give some of our games to Steam, but we'll still put like restrictions on. Some of them are going to require PSN accounts, things like that. So they're still in there somewhat of exclusive because it's not coming to Xbox. Perfect example, Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is still not on Xbox. It's still not on Xbox. It's not ported over to Xbox or anything like that. Black Myth Wukong is not on Xbox either. Like, they still have their somewhat exclusivity. You have to get a PC or you have to get a PlayStation in order to play those games. And that is something that a lot of people, a good amount of people know about, and then some people just have no idea about. So if one's going to just give up their exclusivity, do it for the other. It's just it's very one-sided right now, which sucks.
It overestimated their own success, and now they're scrambling to fix the mess that they've created. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record at this point, but I don't think that video games and publicly traded companies are a sustainable combination. Games are nuanced, creative projects. They do not fit into the corporate mold of ever-increasing stable profits. Investors and executives thought that live service games were the golden ticket. They thought that this was the first way to industrialize an industry that was, by nature, unpredictable. But the reality is, it's impossible. Every game...
I think what would have happened if they didn't go this route, I think games would still be like $60. It'd be like $50 or $60. The quality would still be a lot better, and then there obviously more creativity for a lot of these games, which would make the games even way better than what it is now. Because then also you would have people who are very passionate about the games actually create the games themselves, instead of people that are just wanting to do it for a paycheck and be like, oh, great, this game is out. All right, cool. Move on to the next game. No. Like, people would still work on the game. They would be more engagement to the communities and stuff. Maybe this is a stretch that I'm doing, but still, it just seems like there would be more care into the gaming community and to their community as well, and to make games a lot better. It would give people still that itch, that interest that we had when the Xbox 360 came out. Because you guys remember their titles. They had so many great titles that came out that we didn't even know what to spend our $60 on. Now it's the complete opposite. We have $70, or we have $70 or whatever, but there's like games that are just not appealing to us. The only way how like a lot of people will play the games is if they get the game for free. It's just the honest truth.
Game is a risk. Every design choice, every mechanic, every update, they all carry uncertainty. You need that in this industry. That's how games grow. That's how these successful live service games came into existence in the first place. You cannot manufacture guaranteed success in an industry built on creativity and innovation. They're trying to turn gaming into something predictable, and it's like forcing a cylinder through a square hole. It just doesn't work. These games need to evolve. They need to be different. Developers need varied experiences. Players need varied experiences. But instead of fostering creativity, these companies have suffocated it, dumping all of their resources into the same few live service titles year after year. Eventually, they're going to hit a wall. They're going to realize that there's no fuel left in the tank, and when that moment comes, they won't have any creative ability to make anything new to pull them out of that death spiral, because they've spent all their time maintaining the old. But the bigger issue here is that the industry is expanding faster than the player base. The number of games keeps increasing. The number of customers isn't growing fast enough. There's too much supply, not enough demand. And it's not just AAA publishers that are running the show anymore. Smaller studios, indie developers, and solo creators are all claiming their share. Developer tools are getting easier to use. The barriers to entry are lower than ever. And these corporate giants just aren't competing with each other anymore. They're competing with the entire gaming landscape.
True.
And that's a fight that I don't think they're prepared to win. And I don't think it's a fight they can. There are so many factors working against these live service games that I'm surprised that we haven't seen more issues pop up sooner than this. We've seen some of them over time, gradually, slowly but surely, but I think it's all starting to pile up, and it's going to turn into a massive fire here in just a minute, especially with some of these larger established franchises, because keep in mind, what is Activision without Call of Duty? What is EA without their sports games or without Apex Legends? What is Ubisoft without, was it Rainbow Six Siege?
Yep.
Like, these are the things that are holding these companies together. And without them, they are in a world of trouble. They are in a world of trouble. And how could you not see this coming? You could take any factor and point it directly at the live service industry and it becomes a problem. Let's look at economics as an example. If I go to buy a video game, I don't really regret that purchase. I don't feel bad for making it if it's a game that I wanted, as long as it's good and it doesn't have any problems, which that usually never ends up being a problem because I wait. I don't pre-order games or anything like that. I wait to make sure it's actually good before I purchase it. Well, I never have a problem with that. If I go to buy a microtransaction, I always feel dirty. I feel weird. I need to shower afterwards because it's not necessary. And if it is necessary, if it's part of power progression or whatever it is, a gacha game or something like that, then it feels even worse because I don't want to be buying those kind of things. Those are the exact opposite of the microtransactions I want to see in games. And then it feels...
It should just, honestly, it should just be a cosmetic. No hidden traits, anything like that. Just a cosmetic. Playing Madden or whatever, any game. Hey, I wanted to buy this team because the color scheme for the uniforms look cool. $2. I wanted to buy this gun because it had dollar bills on the side. $2. Like, it should be things like that. It shouldn't have to be all this crazy stuff where it's like, oh, you buy this bundle, you buy an operator, you get an operator, you get this gun, you get this, you get that. On top of that, when you buy this operator, you unlock this tactical that happens and things like no. Can you earn that tactical? Yeah, like 100 or 200 levels later in the game. Doesn't make sense. Like, it should just be cosmetics. Gears of War did a perfect example. Was it Gears 3? You can get like a rainbow shot. You can get like a rainbow shotgun, a rainbow Nasher shotgun. You pay like $1 for that. Nothing special about it. It's just the color scheme on the gun. It's just different. It's not a worn out, busted gray, shotgun or anything like that. It's good.
Even worse as a result of it. Now go and add any type of economic strife on top of that. Raising prices, inflation, people having a hard time finding jobs or whatever. Now they're going to make it even more difficult for them to be able to justify those purchases in those games, regardless of whatever their price is, because they know it's temporary. That brings on another problem because of the fact that these experiences are so temporary in the first place. The market is flooded with these games. There's so many different live service games to play. Look how many gachas you can play, how many first-person shooters or battle royales or whatever. I don't feel like spending money on this stuff because chances are I'm not really going to give a shit about it in about a month or 2 or 6 or whatever it might be. I know I'm going to walk away from it. You got games like Call of Duty or the sports games that literally just erase all of the money that you spend regardless. So what's the point of even spending money over there? Yeah, it's inevitable at this point that these games are going to run into some serious issues. And again, I'm surprised that it hasn't happened sooner. I think the real reason why we've seen such a big push into live service, because I'm sitting here, I'm like, there's no way that they couldn't see the long-term effects of live service games. And then I realize they do. They know it. Because all these decisions are being pushed by CEOs that rarely ever face consequences for their actions, that are there to drive up revenue as much as they possibly can, drain the well, make money for the investors, and then jump ship as fast as they can. So then they can leave it for the next guy to find out that the whole thing's about to collapse, and then they get to be the guy that can try to save the company, if they can. Or you can be like Bobby Kotick and you can just sell the company to Microsoft and look like a hero. Good job, Bobby. There's so much more here that I feel like I haven't even scratched the surface of this. I'm going to do the deep dive video on Call of Duty that's going to be coming up pretty soon. I might end up doing that next week maybe, but that's going to uncover more of these issues, I think. That's a really interesting case with that game. But man, I really do feel like it is just the disposable nature of these games. That's probably the biggest thing that's becoming probably the biggest issue for most of them, is that there's just too many of these games in the market. They're replacing each other too quickly, and everybody is constantly looking for the next game to jump ship to. And over time, not only are you going to have all these disposable games, but you're also going to have the audience that is spread out so much that most of these games likely aren't even going to be sustainable in the first place. They're not going to be able to make enough money to hold on to enough developers to even make content to keep players playing those games in the first place.
Yep.
I think that's a big problem that they're going to run into. Too many games. Like I said before, you got too many fishermen, not enough fish. And that's going to become a really, really big problem. And at the exact same time, the other thing is that I just think that live service games kind of, fly a flag in the face of like how these studios got started in the first place. Because the only reason that they got to make these live service games is because, well, they made single player or multiplayer experiences that weren't live service games before. And that's how they learned to get the ability to even pull players into their games, to make fans, to create this ecosystem that they have. And the further they get away from that, and the more they only pay attention to this byproduct of the industry, the more they're going to lose sight of what actually got them there in the first place. And
Exactly.
when I look at the quality of the games and the quality of the content that's delivered to players, I'm seeing a direct correlation. I don't know about you. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, share it with your friends, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below.
Again, amazing game. Amazing. Let me... Oops. I keep doing this. Goodness. There you go. I'm throwing in the chat. There you go. But yeah, it's insane to see like this stuff happening. Oh, there's another video of his, which is IGN, which is insane. Actually, you know what? We can do that one. We can talk about IGN. That one is insane to talk about. This one.
Never did.
But yeah, that is it for that video. Oh my goodness, that one's gonna be probably an hour long. I just realized that. I accidentally hit stop recording, and then because I hit the space bar, I hit stop recording and then hit recording again. So I was like, oh damn, I forgot. But yeah, make sure to like his video. Make sure to subscribe to his video, to his channel and everything. This man has is doing amazing jobs. It's amazing. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time. All right, peace. All right, so let me. I gotta fix something in here. Okay. I was like, can I? I was thinking about recording this one, or I could just like go on YouTube Studio and work on this. I don't know. We'll see. I'll record it just in case. All right. So this is IGN. If you guys don't know, like IGN has had issues with some of the dumbest stuff ever. They're very like trying to be on the fence about. Well, not I want to say on the fence. Like they'll say one thing and then they'll go and say another thing. Like especially stuff with like Black Myth Wukong and things like that. IGN is one of those big mainstream medias that are also with other mainstream medias that are tied like with their company Ziff Davis, tied with other mainstream media companies, which they all say the same exact things, which probably are going to be in this video. But yeah, IGN completely crashing out. Let's see what legendary drops Mr. LD has said.
Did I ever think I would see the day that we would see a games journalist crash out on social media and just say the quiet part out loud? That they are going to reduce the scores of games in the future. if those games do not align with their personal politics or their personal ideology. It's never been said until now. We live in a world with such little accountability and responsibility that what happened to professionalism?
It got thrown out the window. When people, like, honestly, I'm just being honest. When people became bitches because they can't handle criticism, they can't handle feedback. Like, they're always surrounded by yes men, or just people that always said yes to them. That's the reason. That's what it is. And then when the first time somebody says no to them, they lash out because they don't know what rejection is like. And then on top of that, then you have people that hired them, or you have the companies that keep the person. There's no disciplinary action. There's no like giving them talking to them, writing do a write up or something, or even terminate them from what they're saying. People don't give a shit. People are just it's damaging their company. And it seems like the people at the company that run it and everything don't care either. So fuck them.
Where did it go? What happened to just doing your job? How do you not recognize that when you are in a public forum and you are using the credentials of your employer at IGN, at PC Gamer, in your bio, you are representing that company.
Yep.
You are using their authority that they have given to you, and you are using the engagement that has been.
Also, the reason why people are doing that, or putting those titles in their bios and stuff on social media, is just so they can get more followers and more clout. I can do it right now with mine, saying that I work at EA, but I don't do that. Why? Because yes, I love video games. I love the company. The company is awesome. There are some things that could be there's some things that could change, but here's the thing. Like, I could, my opinions are my own, and I don't need to jeopardize. If something gets taken out of context, I don't want it to jeopardize with that company and everything. It's called respect. It's called respecting where you're at, respecting the company, respecting the company, respecting what you have been given. That's what it is.
Been afforded to you because of your relationship with them to go out and propagate your ideas and say these kind of things. That reflects on them. That reflects on your fellow writers. You don't care about that. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't understand how people can even come to this. I don't understand how they could think that something like this is acceptable. And it makes a lot of sense as to why a lot of people don't find game journalism all that relevant anymore, because they see that they don't respect their job, they don't respect their fellow writers, and they definitely don't respect their audience. They're constantly trying to attack them. They're pridefully admitting an abuse of power.
True.
They're done.
Here's my I'm sorry to pause it one more time, like within a minute or 2 minutes. My question is, are the writers for these companies doing the publishing? Is somebody proofreading this? Like, it just seems like they just write whatever they want to write or say whatever they want to say, and then it just immediately gets thrown online. And I'm just wondering, like, is anybody proofreading this? Whoever works in like newspapers, magazines, like any type of publishing company, let me know in the comments below about this. I really want to know. This is weird. Like, it's weird to see, like, people are just saying whatever they want to say, and it's not being proofread or anything.
It's over. They're cooked. They're crashing out. Today, what we're going to do is we are going to talk about video game journalism insanity and why the echo chamber that this industry has built for itself is now going to be its downfall. I'm never going to run out of content. But before that, I need to thank you guys, because if it wasn't for the support that you showed during the last displayed sponsor, well, they wouldn't have come back for a second round, and I wouldn't be able to feed my growing hunger for these texture designs. Cool. Look at this thing, dude. It is so cool. Displayd's texture designs take things to an entirely new level with tactile 3D contours and select matte and gloss finishes. You can feel the details in these. This is not just a poster. This is a piece of art. If you want to be a truly refined human being, you need to have these on your walls. I recently picked up their
I wish I had
licensed Magic
walls.
the Gathering stained glass mana symbol set, and it looks incredible. And there's so much more to choose from pop culture icons like Star Wars and Marvel to gaming franchises like Elden Ring and Warhammer. These posters are unlike anything else. And just like their classic designs, Texture uses that same easy magnet mounting system. No tools, no wall damage. You can swap them in and out whenever you want to. Plus, now they're available in larger sizes, so you can make an even bigger statement on your wall. For a limited time, you can snag Texture designs at discount. Click the link in the description below or head to display.com and use my code LEGENDARY at checkout to get the best deal. This offer won't last forever, so don't miss your chance to grab some of these premium designs at an unbeatable price. Games journalism used to mean something. It was supposed to be about keeping players informed, holding developers accountable, and exposing bad business practices. Back in the day, if a game sucked or it launched in a broken state, you could count on games media to tear it apart in their reviews. Heck, you were looking forward to it. That's just not the case anymore. Somewhere along the way, they just stopped working for us. Now, instead of protecting players from bad games, they're protecting bad games from players, protecting studios and developers from their audience, or they've just fully switched to political propaganda.
Yep.
It didn't happen overnight, but the shift is undeniable. Instead of giving honest reviews, journalists have become cheerleaders for the industry and their own biases and ideologies. Not good games, not for the customers, not for the people that are supposed to be reading these articles in the first place, but for themselves and their own egos. Instead of being our voice, like they used to be before, they started talking down to us, devaluing our opinions, and trying to teach those toxic gamers a lesson. The players are no longer customers to be informed, but they are dissidents to be educated. You've seen the headlines, you can feel the vitriol, and it's led players to believe that they're alone. They're on their own. Nobody's fighting for them. Nobody is...
One thing that pissed me off, especially with it's with Call of Duty. When they put in that chat, like when they do the chat monitoring and stuff, and people are being communication banned and everything, that is the worst. A content creator, Crusader, was talking about it. Wildcat talks about it and everything. They say like Call of Duty games playing Search and Destroy is no longer fun because people don't want to talk. People are in their Discords, chatting it up and everything like that, but nobody talks in game because of these comm bans. And I feel like this is going to get worse if this were to spread out to other games. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and nobody's going to want to play or talk in the games, and it's just going to be a waste of a feature. So that's just something I want to say.
In their corner, and those who
popped up
used
in
to
my
be
head.
an ally, those who used to share their perspective, have tried to take control of our beloved hobby for their own self-serving goals. Outside of a handful of journalists, I've just reached the point where I cannot trust game review scores anymore. Dragon Age the Veilguard was hailed by reviewers. Black Myth Wukong was character assassinated before it even released. Concord, one of the biggest flops in gaming history, had journalists saying that they couldn't wait to play more of it. While game reviews are opinions, they are a service that's provided to both the players and studios to make games better. However, over the past few years, they've begun to read more like personal manifestos than any type of critical analysis of a product. You'd be hard-pressed to find a game review today that doesn't include some level of political or social political discourse, either cheerleading a game for pushing forth their beliefs or chastising the players that are saying that they don't want it. While journalists have pretended that this bias doesn't actually exist and saying that it's just in our heads, well, now they let the mask slip. Writer for PC Gamer and IGN, Lena Hafer, the same writer who scored Dragon Age the Veilguard a 9 out of 10, is one of many gaming journalists that are having a hard time dealing with the 2024 election results. After the recent signing, changing the name of Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, they took to Twitter to write, I'll take a whole point off the review score of any future map games that call it the Gulf of America. You think I'm joking?
See, this person right there, I would take them off of publishing. I would take them off of like publishing anything. My immediate thing, if you anything social media wise or article wise that you create, it has to be looked at by a higher up or by a senior, it's like a senior publisher or something. Like they have to be looked at before it gets thrown in social media. If you are going to put it on your own, account, your own like Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever the hell you want to put it on, you can, but you have to take off the like whatever. You have to take off like the tags and everything like that relate to the company. So you can't say you're a writer for IGN or whatever on your personal. If you do, then you're getting fired. You just get terminated. And if they get mad about that, it was in the contract. I would literally write a contract doing that. Your social, either you have to you either have to deactivate your social media to work here, or when you have some sort of not bias, if you have some sort of opinion about something, you cannot use the company's name in your bio. We want to have no relation to that. Just see how much that would save the company, like, in the reputation. Imagine.
Joking, you think I want to do this forever? I can start some fires on the way out. Try to call my bluff. Nobody has ever let this amount of soft power go to their heads before, as far as I know. Where's the accountability and professionalism? I know that some people are going to make the argument that Lena shouldn't face any repercussions for using their freedom of speech in their off time, saying something on a public platform, but you have IGN's name and PC Gamer's names in your bio, showing that you're employed by them. That's how you...
Sorry, I would say this. Yes, you have freedom of speech, but that doesn't mean you have the right to still be employed. You damage the reputation of somebody, of a company or a person or whatever. My initial thought would be, I gotta let you go. I don't want to associate with you. That's like having a friend. That's like having somebody in your friend group that does robbery, that robs people, and they're like, big deal, whatever. I do whatever I want. And then you in the friend group, you guys are just still friends with them no matter what, knowing that they did the shit. Where I'm going with this is, there was a problem and it hasn't been addressed. Everybody else is like, what the hell is going on? But it hasn't been addressed. And you still say associated with them. That's why a lot of people do not like these companies, these publishers like IGN and stuff like that, because they still keep the people. There's still, like, the whole issue with Obsidian Games and Avowed, with what Matt Hansen did, attacking players and everything, attacking consumers and stuff like that. Like, they still kept him. That's why people have those disagreements. Anyway.
You got your influence. That's why you have your followers. You know, in construction, we had a project manager that got fired because his company vehicle was parked outside of a gentleman's club. You may be on your free time, but when you're running around doing whatever you want, flying the flag of your employer, you are representing that employer. And it makes them look complicit in your actions. I am sick of seeing developers and journalists representing their company, making a fool out of their organization without any consequences. What is going on here? Do they not realize the irony of their soft power statement when they themselves are threatening to use their power as an industry analyst to penalize and attempt to reduce the sales and impacts of games, to hold companies accountable to their self-imposed purity test for something that is now legally named the Gulf of America? These journalists never take the time to self-reflect. They are so captured by their own ego and main character syndrome that they are oblivious to the consequences of their actions or how it reflects on their...
I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure out, why are people upset about that being Gulf of America? I'm literally trying to I'm still trying to figure that out. To me, it makes sense because it's in North America. It's between North America, Central America, and South America. So Gulf of America would sound right. It's not like they called it Gulf of Florida, Gulf of Mississippi, Gulf of Alabama, Gulf of Texas. It's Gulf of America. It's the Americas. That's why I don't understand. I could be wrong, but that's like logically, in my sense, that's what I think. It's just like, it's in the Americas. It's North America, South America, and Central America. It's right there. They all are touching that gulf. That's what I don't understand.
Their employers. When a games journalist just openly admits that they would punish a game based on their own personal beliefs rather than the actual quality of the product, it confirms exactly what players have suspected for years. Game reviews are no longer about games. They're about pushing narratives, exerting influence, and trying to control the industry. Yeah. No wonder they lost their minds when Black Myth Wukong developers wouldn't respond to their allegations, because they need that power. They need that influence. They can't have these developers that are stepping out of line. This isn't about one writer having a meltdown on Twitter. This is an entire framework of modern gaming media. These journalists are trying to shape public perception, to influence sales, and to try to determine exactly what games are considered acceptable to them. And while their relevance is waning, it's still there. And if they're willing to dock points on a review for something as trivial as developers following a legal name change, what else are they willing to manipulate? It opens the door wide to every conspiracy theory under the sun, and it leads me to believe that their beliefs are exactly what have ruined games today. Maybe this is why so many games feel the same, why studios prioritize ideology over creativity, and why we have felt that our needs aren't being met or understood. Because once game reviews stopped being about informing players and started being about teaching lessons, they ceased to be reviews at all. They became propaganda, a system used to exert influence over a medium. How many times have you guys heard, "Oh, those toxic gamers believing that we're trying to control the industry, ruin their games"? You wonder why people don't respect you. When you don't respect the intelligence of your audience, you don't even respect your audience at all. Heck, you don't even respect your own coworkers for that matter when you act like this, when you say things like this.
That's true.
You wonder why you're losing relevance. You are ruining your own industry.
It seems like they're like. It seems like they're like. It's like they're suiciding their like. Their reputation and stuff to destroy the company for some reason. And that's what I don't understand. It's like they're willing to destroy their employer that reached out to them. They're willing to destroy their company, their employer. For what? What does it gain from you? You just caused a lot of people, you caused the company to lose money, which resulted in people being laid off because of your actions. What does that get you? And that's something I don't understand. Like, what does that give to that person, that activist or whatever? Nothing. Doesn't make sense.
You're deleting your own job. You know, not long ago, I made a video that was titled, "These game developers are ruining their games." And in it, I showcased a bunch of different interactions of game developers talking down or attacking their audience, espousing their ideologies, political ideologies, social political ideology, whatever it might be, and crashing out, making themselves look like a fool, and by extension, making their employer look like a fool. That same issue is happening in games journalism today, if not worse. What's the saying? Don't talk politics or religion in polite company. That's professionalism. I am here because I'm trying to buy a commercial product, and you are force-feeding information to me that I don't want, nor am I interested in.
True.
You know, I talked about this where when the Avowed director started screeching at Elon Musk online, I lost interest in a game that I was otherwise really excited for. I was looking forward to Avowed. Not anymore. Because why would I be? If you're this unprofessional and messy on a public platform, using your employer's name that's attached to it, using the influence that company gave you to talk about these things and act that way, well, why would I think that you would be professional at your job? Better yet, if you're that ideologically captured, that likely means it's going to reflect directly into your game. And guess what? I don't want to pay to be propagandized. Who would have thought? It's the same for games journalism as it is for games. I do not want to pay you with my attention to be propagandized. I'm here for a critical opinion about a video game so I can make a smart purchase. That's what I'm here for.
Yep.
But the only thing that they have continued to do year over year is prove that that is not what they're here to do. They are here to change your mind. By now, it should be clear to just about anyone that games journalism isn't about covering games anymore. They have tried to shape the industry itself. They don't just report on trends, they are trying to create them. They don't just review games, they want to define what is acceptable for game developers to make. And worst of all, they reinforce each other's narratives to make sure that no dissenting voices can get through. This is how the gaming media echo chamber works. They don't operate as independent critics or journalists. They function as a collective, a hive mind of right think, a singular voice repeating the same talking points, pushing the same perspectives, and shutting down any form of real discussion. Dragon Age the Veil Guard is a return to form for BioWare. A return to form for BioWare. A return to form for BioWare. Gone are the days when gaming outlets had distinct voices, perspectives, and approaches. Today, almost every major gaming site feels the same. The reason? Well, most of these guys are owned by the same corporate entities, staffed by the same writers, and beholden to the same ideological framework. Ziv Davis owns IGN, GameIndustry.biz, Eurogamer, Rock Paper Shotgun, and VG247. Geo Media owns Kotaku, The Verge, Gizmodo, and Deadspin. Future PLC owns PC Gamer, Games Radar Plus, and
That's a
Tech
lot.
Radar.
That's a
When the
lot.
same few corporations own nearly all of the biggest gaming sites, you don't get any real diversity of thought. You get a unified, self-reinforcing narrative. That's why our needs are never understood or met, because we do have a diversity in opinion.
Yeah, remember like how a lot of people are like, oh, I wish like the world was the same. We're all together and this and that. Like, I understand that, right? But if everybody's the same exact, like they talk the same, they have the same thoughts and everything like that, imagine how boring, like just we're seeing it right now when it comes to these companies. If they're all saying the same exact thing, what's the point of me going to this publisher or going to this publisher or going to this publisher to get an opinion? It doesn't. That's why I like seeing multiple opinions about a game. I don't even care if somebody says this game is garbage, they said this game is good. I like how there's a difference. Just like with YouTube. People that do informative videos or whatever, people saying like, I agree with this, I disagree with this, or I hate that, I don't like your opinion on this. And it's like, well, why is that? And then they explain. I'm not going to try to convince you. Nobody's trying to convince you or anything. It's just, it's nice to see that people have a difference of opinions and stuff. That's what makes this is why it makes this country amazing. Like, you can have a difference of opinions and stuff. But when you try to force it upon people, and then if somebody were to combat that and you say you're wrong, then what? That's the issue. That's the issue when it comes to these things. So, yeah. It's horrible. It's the worst thing ever. Be unique. Be your own person. You're not going to be able to convert. Like, you're not going to be able to convert the whole world into whatever your ideology is. It's never going to work. Life proves that. Life proves that. There's always going to be pushback. There's always going to be somebody that's going to question it. It's that simple. I like when people are like, oh, things should be more of feeling and emotion than logic. It's just, it is what it is. People are going to be like, no, I'd rather have logic over emotion. It's just how human life works. It's just how people's brains are wired. Let me put it this way. An easy example. We all live in the United States. Or no, not everybody, but like the United States, right? There are some parts of the United States that say soda. There's some people in the United States that say pop. There's some people that say soda pop. It's just, it is what it is. You cannot, and the thing is, it don't matter which side it is, what section, whatever side that you're on, that you speak that, or that you pronounce that type of beverage, you're not going to be able to convince the others. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. And that's something that people fail to realize. It's just that's how the world is, how it works. We're on a break right now, so I'm just like, that's why I'm like talking about this stuff. One of the things that I thought that was very interesting was when the Esports World Cup was going to Saudi Arabia. Like, there's a whole thing that got signed, the Esports Awards and stuff like that was signed over there. People had a massive outrage on Twitter. And I'm like, and then some casters and stuff like that, they said, morally, I feel it's wrong for me to go. Totally fine. Somebody else will go. Why? Because they need the money for it. It's totally fine for that. I understand that. But because people were like, oh, I need to go because this will help me financially, they got scolded for that. And it's like, your morals doesn't have to align with theirs. They don't have to take in your morals because of how you feel. They don't have to take that in. It's not doing any harm to the person, the company, or anything like that. It's just like, hey, I got a job I can do. I can make a good amount of money. That's all it is. So that's something like I just don't understand. Like everybody is fighting for, like everybody's fighting to have this, to have that, but there's no reason. There's literally no reason to have like to try to fight and have the same opinion or the same ideology or anything like that. It's just not going to happen. It's been like that for years, centuries, decades and stuff. That's how it is.
Opinion. When players say something along the lines of "we don't want politics in games," they purposefully misinterpret that and start writing articles like "Metaphor Refantasio's success is further proof that politics are good in games." Actually, no matter what reactionaries tell you. You know, hell, I never even covered this, but IGN wrote a 2024 election breakdown and how your vote could impact video games. And
This right here, I remember this popping up on Twitter. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, you guys are video games. Why are you guys should just be talking about video games. Stop talking about politics and everything like that. That is so stupid. I remember PC Gamer as well. When they were talking about the presidential election, when Donald Trump got elected as president or has become the president, like they went off on that. I was like, I immediately put in the comments, what does this have to do with video games at all? PC, like what does it have to do with video games or PCs? Nothing. But you still do it. Why?
while it presented itself as unbiased, it folded immediately under any scrutiny and showed exactly which way they were trying to sway their audience. Tell me, why is a video game journalist and gaming outlet trying to tell me how to vote? Better yet, did IGN even write this? Because they didn't even actually attribute this to a single writer. They just said this was written by staff. Look at how often they inject the same political opinions into video games where the discussion doesn't even belong. The players do not care about these things. Only they do. And God, are they obsessed with Elon Musk? Elon Musk branded right-wing Karen. Why is Elon Musk lashing out at games for being too woke? Elon Musk somehow became the top-ranked Diablo 4.
The reason why they're pissed off is because Elon Musk owns Twitter, or now it's called X, but he owns it. And because he owns it and everything, he can see what's going on with what they publish and everything. And honestly, he comments on it. And going back to feedback, he comments on it of like, you know, obviously he doesn't like it. And he says because of X, Y, and Z. But they can't handle the feedback. They can't handle the criticism, the feedback, so then they want to attack. So a lot of them go over to Blue Sky because they're just going to praise them. They're going to be like, yeah, this and that, yes, and this and that. Remember before with Twitter, there was a lot of stuff that was censored. There's a lot of stuff that was taken away. And it can be the smallest things. You can be like, I don't know, Volkswagen was made in America, and they can like get rid of that, or some stupid thing. It's like something very dumb, like they would just remove. So it's whatever.
Our player in between cheerleading for Donald Trump. Then we watch as they unilaterally turn around and start bashing game designers and developers for making decisions that clash with their ideology. When Dragon Quest III designers mentioned that they didn't like the removal of gendered characters in the game's remake, outlets called them weird for even mentioning it or caring because it's so normalized nowadays. When Lords of the Fallen's publisher polled their audience, they asked them if they wanted to keep body type A and B or go back to male and female. They changed it based on the audience's vote. PC Gamer then says they are embracing the fear of the DEI boogeyman. This isn't journalism. This is narrative management.
Yep.
Where is the diversity in thought? Where's the critical thinking? Why is it...
Again, DEI. What is it? Diversity, right? But it's not diverse. It's very one-sided. It's very one-dimensional, one-sided, that they want to go with a narrative. And if you do not fit that narrative, if you don't want to play ball with them, then they mark you as the enemy. It's like you're either with me or against me. And it's the stupidest thing ever. It's the dumbest thing. The end product, the end goal is to make a product that caters towards the players for their enjoyment, so then you can generate profit and continue your studio. Because when you make a studio, you're already in the hole. When you make a video game, you're even more in the hole. You need to make money you need to produce a very well-deserved and well-received product. Let me put it that way. In order for your company to prosper. If you were to just make a studio, well, I guess we could say Concord, Firewalk Studios. That studio was made, Concord was made and put out. It didn't do hot. What happened? They're gone. It is what it is.
A creative freedom when developers make something that aligns with what journalists have for their own personal ideologies and the players don't like, yet it's fear-mongering and hateful when they choose to do something different. And this has gone unabated for so long because nobody's holding them accountable. Nobody's pushing back on them other than the players. They've created this self-sustaining system where journalists just prop up each other's careers, reinforcing the same narrative and shutting out dissenting voices. That's the reason why you always see them citing one another in their articles. They're effectively retweeting and reposting the same websites to flood the internet with their beliefs and their ideas. It's the same thing that you're seeing happening on Reddit right now. They keep posting, flooding the timelines to make it look like their opinion is the dominant one, when in reality, they're just trying to drown out everybody else. That's what's helped created this facsimile of power, and it's arguably created such a hostile environment for players and developers. And I would argue that's what's led to so many games being ruined over time. Developers believe that the media has influence. At least that's what it looks like to them. That's why you always hear them talk about how happy they are that games reviewed well before they even ever talk about how the players like the game. Honestly, that's more of a call sign for me to know that the game probably isn't any good. I think that we've had years of games being made for journalists rather than the players because there has always been this unspoken threat. If your game doesn't align with our worldview, well, then we're probably going to dock points from you. If your studio doesn't play nice, well, then we're going to write negative stories about you. If you refuse to engage with us, well, then we're going to have to create some type of controversy around you, even if none exists.
You know what I think about, which I think would be pretty funny, is make like a company makes a game, and instead of like giving review copies to legacy media and stuff, give it to like content creators, give it to Asmongold, give it to legacy. Sorry, not legacy. Give it to Legendary Drops. Give it to Endymion. Give it to like all these creators and stuff. Even like, you know, give it to Smash JT and stuff. Like give it to like various creators with like followings and stuff like that. Have them play the game and do a review on it. Don't give it to legacy media. They are restricted. They cannot play the game until it releases. See their reviews and everything, and then go to and then after when the game comes out, they'd be like, all right, media, the legacy media or whatever, you can play it. And see what their reviews are compared to the content creators. And see what happens. The reason why I say that is because content creators are gonna have difference of opinions. Some people are gonna say it's really good, some people are gonna say it's really bad. Some people are gonna say like they like this part, some people say they're not gonna like this part. Like, so they're going to say, like, the people that don't like certain things, they're going to say, hey, this can be improved by doing this, maybe, or this and that. Like, nobody says, oh, this game is good. It's amazing. I love it. Like, put some, like, honestly, when I see these reviews, put some fucking thought into it. Like, why do you like the game? It's just like, if I'm a developer for a game, right, and somebody says, I like this game, or if they say, I don't like this game, I'm going to ask them, what is it that you don't like about the game? If they say, I just don't like it, well, that doesn't help. Just like when people say, I like this game. Cool, you like the game, but what was it that you liked about the game? Why? Because if we are going to make a second installment of this game and potentially make a franchise of this, we want to keep the features that people like. So then we don't make a game that's completely different, and then people get pissed off and saying, like, why didn't they keep this in there? Because you didn't put it in your feedback saying why you like the game. That's just something sorry, I'm getting a little worked up, but that's something I've always been asking people and telling people about. Like, when you do a review of the game, say why you do it. That's like when I did the review of Dynasty Warrior Origins. I talked about what I didn't like about the game, and also what I did like about the game, and then went into detail with it. Do those things. It helps the developers. It helps the company. It makes games better. So then when when the next game comes out, you could possibly see something that you enjoyed or that you didn't like and you wanted to change, and it got changed, and it did it for the better, maybe for the worse too. And also it knows that, hey, the company is listening to the community. That's why Lords of the Fallen did well. People like Lords of the Fallen. More people are playing the game now because they said, because of what their CEO did. They did a poll on Twitter and said, hey, what body types do you like? Like, what would you prefer in the game? And then a lot of people went with the original, male, female. They didn't want to do body type A and B. And guess what? They were like, all right, next patch, we'll fix that. They did the patch, it popped up. It's that easy.
This. Think about how this shapes the games that we get. Why do so many AAA games feel the same? Well, because the devs are designing the game with critics in mind, not the players. Why do games increasingly have corporate-approved political messaging? Well, that's because journalists will punish them if the game doesn't include it.
I remember seeing this. Black Myth Wukong, pros and cons. Combat is fluid and fun. Cinematography can be breathtaking at times. Great diversity in items and mechanics. Okay. Game performance is unpolished. There were some issues with the game from what I've seen from when people were playing it. They said that there were some issues, like there were a little bit of hitching and stuff. That's fine. Lacking in inclusivity and diversity. There are males and females. There are monsters, there's dragons, there are demons. And there's you that plays as a monkey. How is that not diverse? Is it because they don't have a black guy in there? Is it because they don't have an Indian guy in there? It's so funny. Gameplay becomes repetitive over time. Every fucking game is like that. Like, I want to know a game this day and age that isn't repetitive. I just want to know. Let me know in comments. What game in this day and age, let's go back 5 years. What game is not repetitive? Now I'm talking when gameplay is talking about mechanics, it's talking about features, UI, and all that. What game is not repetitive? It's a gameplay loop. It loops. Golly.
Why do so many devs grovel and apologize at the first sign of controversy? Well, because they know gaming media will not give them a fair shot otherwise. The funny thing is, this is what has become a deciding factor when it comes to whether or not a game does well or it doesn't. The games that ignore the media, they are the ones that are finding success. The studios that haven't, and the people that still believe the media holds power and influence, well, they're creating games for a non-existent audience. I think it's developed a creative wasteland where developers are walking on eggshells, forced to cater to a small group of ideologically aligned journalists, and they're making games for them rather than the people that actually buy their games in the first place. This is why games feel less daring, less risky, and more formulaic. It's because these people, with their soft power in gaming, don't reward creativity, they reward compliance.
Yeah.
For many years, gaming journalists held a very privileged position within this industry. They were the gatekeepers, the tastemakers. They could make or break a game by covering it. They could promote them, and they were the ones that brought them to an audience. They could dictate who was worthy of praise and what was destined to fail. They could control the flow of information, shape public perception, and for a time, it worked. Developers listened to them and players trusted them, but that trust is gone. Not because of gaming journalism as a whole, but because of a toxic few that have compromised their integrity, built an echo chamber, and alienated the very people that they're supposed to serve. Instead of reporting for the audience, they started reporting for each other. Instead of informing the players, they started lecturing them. Instead of reviewing games, they started enforcing ideological purity tests. And the result, a slow, painful collapse. Website traffic is dropping every year. Social media engagement is shrinking. The only thing that's keeping some of these sites afloat is the ad revenue that they're getting from monetizing game trailers on YouTube. But even that's starting to slip as publishers are starting to cut out the middleman and just post it directly to their own channels. Players don't need gaming journalists anymore. They've ruined that relationship with their own egos. They watch YouTubers who actually engage with the games. They follow Twitch streamers whose reactions are real and not scripted. They find independent reviewers on Substack or Patreon who aren't beholden to corporate interests. The media doesn't dictate the conversation anymore. The players do. More game developers are starting to make games for players, not critics. More Eastern studios are breaking into the global market, immune to Western media's influence. More publishers are starting to realize that the power of reviews is diminishing and word of mouth is king. Player reviews are king. They can scream, they can cry, they can double down on their activism and their echo chambers. It won't matter. The audience is gone, and these outbursts that we're seeing from the IGN writer are only pushing the audience further away. Their influence is shrinking, and the future of gaming belongs to the people who actually care about games, not the people that are trying to spend all their time controlling them. If you're a games journalist and you made it to this part of the video, I highly doubt that's the case. I don't think
I was gonna say, wish they didn't.
Me. The only time I've ever seen them talk about me is when they put me next to Asmongold because he reacted to one of my videos or something like that, and they're like, "Rah!" I'm not talking about all of you. I think there are some great writers, some great journalists that are out there, and there's a toxic few that have taken control, and they have ruined the entire industry for you. I love Eric Kane's work over at Forbes. There's a ton of articles of his that I completely disagree with, and a bunch of them that I really agree with, but it's the way that things are framed, and it's never trying to preach to an audience, and it's never the same voice that you hear from so many other outlets. The same thing goes, I've been really enjoying the work of Casey DeFreitas. Works at IGN. She's been covering Monster Hunter Wilds, doing an incredible job. On topic, relevant, informational, a Monster Hunter veteran that is talking about their experience with Monster Hunter Wilds and covering the game and doing a fantastic job at doing it. And it's exactly what players are coming to you guys for. This is what we want. This is what we want more of. And if you did more of that, well, you'd see quite a big bump in engagement and just people genuinely enjoying your content. But you have a circle, you have a cabal. You have a bunch of narcissistic and egotistical writers that are out there that believe that they have the right to impose their beliefs not only on the industry, not only on the games, but also on the audience. And they're doing it at the cost of their credibility, their peers' credibility, and the credibility of the entire industry. And that's the reason why there are so many issues with games journalism today. It's the reason why people just don't want to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not going to pretend like there aren't issues with some of the more right-leaning media that's out there as well, okay? Because I've seen some of the articles that have been posted. You would think that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is Dragon Age the Veilguard Part 2. It's fucking embarrassing. I want to be critically clear about something, and I think this is probably the most important thing to bring up here, is that I don't include my personal politics in videos. One, because I don't really have any, to be honest. Politics just don't really interest me all that much. It just bores the shit out of me. Oh, they affect you. I know. I play video games. I'm here to talk about video games.
And I think mainly with the politics and stuff, because people just don't give a shit. They're just like, as long as I can still maintain, if I can still maintain living, that's not going to cost an arm and a leg, I'm fine. I think that's what it is for a lot of people. A lot of people are just economists. They're just like, bro, I want people that travel. I just want gas to be lower so I can go here and there in my car. You know, some people are like, hey, I just want the price to drop in video games because I love playing video games. I like collecting them and things like that. I'm one of them. I want food to be lowered so I don't have to pay an arm and leg for just for regular steak. For 4 pieces of steak, I don't want to pay $40-$50 for 4 pieces of steak. It's ridiculous. People just want, let me put it this way. If you were born in the 90s, lived through the 90s and everything, you guys know what's going on. Even early 2000s, I guess you would say. A lot of people enjoyed that. Because there was it was simple times. Not a lot of crazy shit was going on, and it didn't affect the economy. I almost said the community. It didn't really affect the economy. I'm sorry, I'm going into economy stuff, so I'm sorry, but it's just the same thing. It's just people just don't care. People just want to live their lives.
I'm here to talk about games that I love and talk about games that I hate. I'm here to talk about news that I find relevant or something that I'm interested in or something that makes me angry. This is my confessional booth, okay? I get cathartic relief from writing essays and making videos and doing those kind of things.
Which he does a great job
to provide a service. I do not lose sight of that. I am a content creator that is making content to be consumed by you for your entertainment or for your insight or whatever it might be. That's it. That's as far as this relationship goes. I don't need to teach you nothing. I don't need to make you be something. I don't need to change the world. I'm just here having a good time. And that's all it needs to be. And I think the vast majority of the industry and a lot of these writers have completely lost sight of that. And instead, Well, they just think it's a vehicle to drive whatever their ideology is. And that's what they've been using it for. They've hijacked the industry to use it for that purpose. And that's a problem. And it's the same in games as it is in games journalism. Because your stance, this is not your place to make a stance for your ideology or your political leanings or whatever it might be. These are commercial products. This is a service. This is a product and service industry. Yep. We are buying video games, and then we are going to somebody else to hear about those games or to understand them better or to have them reviewed or whatever it might be. You're the quality control. Journalists are the quality control, but that service isn't being served, and that's a problem. You know, call me a traditionalist, call me a prude, but when I see people like Lena go out on social media and say shit like that, like the lack of professionalism just really bothers me.
Same.
Like I feel like people really crave that.
Same.
It's not even crave. I think people expect it. They don't expect people in positions of authority to act like that.
They're entitled.
And when you're a game reviewer, you are in a position of authority because you do, in a way, shape the discussions around these games. You shape the reception of those games, and you ultimately will shape the destiny of some of these studios in some cases. While, yeah, I know game reviewers aren't as relevant as they were, you know, many years ago, they do still have some relevance. Not as much as before, probably a heck of a lot less now, but yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, found it useful in any way, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, comment down below. Follow me on Twitch. The link is down below. And I think that's all I can remember. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Family, family, family.
That gets me all the time. Here, I'll put this one in the chat. But yeah, he's honestly right. He's completely right. I agree with most like pretty much damn near all of his takes on this game or on the subject. When it comes, like I said, when it comes to the whole, no, that's with live service. Never mind. I agree with what he's talking about. Like, it feels like people are doing the, people are just seeming like they are entitled to, because they work at a company. They're like, oh, well, I'm professional, I'm this and that, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So people are just insane. They lost their minds. People think that they're entitled, but then when something happens, when they have to face the consequences of something, then it's more like, what? I didn't know this. I didn't know that. Like, it's so funny to me. It's funny when I see that people get fired because of their abuse of power of what they have done in the game industry. Like, we gave you power, you abused that power, you're no longer working with us. Or you're no longer working for us. There you go. And then they want to go lash out. Whatever. You lash out, that just goes to another company when you put that on social media because you don't think before you post. You know, you don't take a day to just really process it and analyze. You just immediately lash out. So then you go to apply for another job, and then they go look at social media, right? And they pull up your social media, and then they see what you have been posting and everything like that, and then they say no, they reject you. And then you make another post upset that you didn't get the job because you're like, well, I was a senior writer for this, or I did this, and I deserve to get the job. It's, again, people have this false ego that they think that they're entitled to it, but they're not. Like, they think that they're untouchable. It's one of the, that's why it's like the whole F around and find out type of thing. Like, it's just it's that funny to me that people do that. All right. Anyway, that's all I got for that. So I'll see you guys next time in the videos. I got a lot of editing I need to do. So, but I appreciate it. Also, I'm going to try that YouTube studio. See if that works. See if I can break some of this stuff up. So anyway, appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys in the next video. All right. Peace. I just really did what I just did. I just literally did what he did. That was funny. Okay. Anyway, what else? There was another one, I believe. Was it? Oh. Oh man, I'm not gonna record this one. This one was
Hey, what's up,
interesting.
guys? We're up here. So today we're gonna be once again clowning.
Oh no, I'll be right back. Let me get some water, and then you get some water, use the restroom, and I'll come back and we'll talk about this. This one is this. I saw this on Twitter, and this was insane. Sorry, I was speaking to my mother. I want to talk to her about something. Which is very interesting. Okay. Ooh, are we gonna get? You know, we'll chill for a second. Chill for a second about yeah. Let's chill for a little bit. And the reason why I'm saying we're just gonna chill for a bit because ad's about to hit. I don't want everybody to get hit by. I want everybody getting hit by the ad and stuff like that. So, all right, but yeah, it's bro. It is. It's interesting. Like what I was talking about was the stuff in the game industry. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on in the game industry, and it's insane to see. It's insane because of all the craziness that is happening. Is this thing blurry? Am I blurred? No, I'm good here. It seems slightly blurred. I'm not. Oh, I really don't want to pick at it, but I'm like tempted. Bow, bow. Oop. Are you guys still there? Okay, you guys still there. All right, let me see something. I don't know if this is gonna work because I am live right now. Camera's being occupied. Okay. Effects. No. Okay. All right. And that. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I wonder for cameras. I'm not a very camera person, obviously, but when changing, damn, I'm trying to think of the name for it.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Hold on. Interesting. I'm just trying to see if this works. Okay, so apparently that works. The auto. the focusing, it's a little better. I changed the setting. I don't know what setting did I change? I changed something. Is it this? Come on. So that's what it was. Cool. So that's what it was. It was the servo. Okay. I was like, I don't know what to change. Ah. All right. Once we are done with, or once the ad break is done, then we'll hop into this. And then for sure, for sure we will. All right. Do, 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 do. All right, guys, let's get into it. All right, here we go. So this one was talking about apparently stuff with. Apparently, there's an issue that happened with like Pokemon and stuff, talking about content creators, like female content creators, not being huge like Kai and Speed. Which thing is, like, Kai and Speed has done an insane amount of stuff, and I mean everybody has seen it when it comes to like traveling, when it came to doing like subathons, things like that. Like, they've done a lot of stuff, and they deserve their praise. The thing is like trying to figure out like who else has done that. Like on the female side, I'm just trying to say, like, who has done that. I mean, I haven't seen that. So yeah, this is my wild guess. So let's see what's going
on Pokimane. And while her tier 3 simps are currently searching for the dislike button on this video, let me just tell you, you're not going to make it. So her latest take is one that I think is pretty interesting for the reasons she probably didn't intend, and we're going to talk about it today. So here's the take. It says, unfortunately, there aren't that many huge female streamers, at least not on Kai and Speed's level. Pokimane says that the streaming scene is becoming more male-dominated. Now, the funny part about this is that she's partially correct, but not for the reasons she would have hoped for, right? So yes, platforms like Twitch, for example, and even Kick, they are male-dominated right now. But that's not surprising, because they've always been male-dominated, and it's not too surprising when you start peeling back the layers as to why these platforms exist in the first place. Places like Twitch were created primarily for gamers. For gamers to stream on and for gamers to watch broadcasts on. It's not too surprising that those spaces would be male-dominated. No, I'm not.
Yeah, and people, how would I say it? People can relate more to a male gamer. It sucks to say it, but males can relate to a male gamer, like playing a game, like somebody being angry at the game, doing guides, things like that, like just the relatability, and then also playing the games themselves too. So, not saying like not all females are like non-gamers and stuff, but there's some that just, I don't know. It's like it's hard to find like stuff that's like find people that are relatable. It happens. There's some people that come to this channel and like relate to like just not caring about a lot of things in the world, and they just want to play games, or they want to play older games. So then that's what I do. Like me, when I'm not streaming, I'm watching Maximilian, dude, because he's playing like older titles. He'll play new titles too, but he's usually playing older titles and stuff, and I like that. So it all comes down to relatability. Some people like IRL streamers because they wish they can travel. It's like IRL streamers like Jenny and yeah, Jenny TTV, Hachubi, like all of them. It's like literally watching their streams. It's like the Travel Channel. Seriously.
Not going to listen to the latest hack journalist who says actually gamers are 50-50 in terms of gender because we interviewed 100 Candy Crush players. No, the reality is, and we all know it, is that the gaming space is primarily occupied by men, and those are the ones who are going to be streaming on places like Twitch, and those are going to be the ones who are watching those male streamers. I mean, it's just kind of how people operate, right? Of course, there's going to be some people gravitating towards female streamers like Pokimane, but that is typically not the majority, as we've seen for years and years, and I don't think that's too controversial to say. But her statement here also ignores something that I think is kind of offensive, because on the female side of streamers, she's completely ignoring people that do pull really good numbers, and that, of course, is VTubers. As many people have pointed out, Pokemon, please, with a picture of Iron Mouse and Gargura. So they are people right here, two examples of female streamers pulling amazing numbers on different platforms. You have Iron Mouse, who is the second highest all-time sub number on Twitch. She was, for a moment last year, the #1 all-time until Kai broke her record and reclaimed his #1 spot. And then you have Gargro, has millions and millions of subs on YouTube. And of course, Pokimane ignores examples like this. Now, there's a lot to go on here psychologically with why VTubers seem to appeal to such a broader audience these days. And there's some reasons as to why I think people are just gravitating towards them as content creators. They want to use VTuber models because it gives them certain advantages that regular face camming does not provide. And this Shondo clip will be forever relevant. So let's give this a listen.
There are the times we don't like real women anymore.
Based.
What, you mean these virtual women go online and make money and I have to spend 3 hours putting makeup on? Yep. Get over it, whore. Your days are over. Your womb is drying up. My womb is eternal.
Obligatory Shondo clip on this subject.
Okay. I'm sorry. The baby voice thing. I don't know if that's the real voice, and I'm sorry, but that just like that kind of made me just like, you know, if I was on channel, if just any channel, if channels like I click onto my stream because I usually I try to find like other streamers stuff, and I click on the streams and I hear that, I'm sorry, I gotta go. It's just me. It's just a preference thing. I'm just like, man, sorry. It's like when people probably see me, they're like, hey, his hair, his face, he's wearing a stupid EA hat. Probably something, people are gonna say something, and they'll click off. It's totally fine. I know there are times when I am dry as hell, like when streaming, but trying to work on that. So,
but for the average Twitter user about to fume over this and go ape shit on Twitter, crying about what she just said or anyone agreeing with it, you're offended, but that doesn't make her wrong. Because yes, that is one of the advantages of having a VTuber model. You don't have to worry about people picking apart your physical appearance every time you go live on a face cam. In fact, the proof of that is in the original Dexerto tweet, where there's a bunch of people in the replies spamming pictures of Pokimane without makeup on, and they're saying how terrible she looks. And by the way, I think that's kind of stupid, because all of these female streamers that these people simp for, yes, they look very different without makeup on. That's just like reality. If anyone thinks otherwise, they're delusional. But anyways,
I would try this. I haven't seen it. I have not seen it at all. But something it'd be interesting to see, to experiment. Anybody new in the streaming space, or anybody that's thinking about content creation, live stream without makeup on. Like start streams and stuff like that without makeup on, and just like and do that. I literally I cannot think of any streamer, any female streamer that has not put makeup on before stream. So just like do the cam, stream no makeup on, and just see how people will react. Not see how people react, but just see how the stream goes and everything like that. And then, once you get to a certain time or whatever, like I don't know, get to a certain goal or whatever, then like put like a little bit of makeup on and just see what happens. And then after that, revert back to having no makeup, and see what they see what happens. It's just a very experimental thing. If I was a woman, I would do that. That'd be very interesting to try. So if anybody wants to try that, let me know, because I would like to pop into somebody's stream and like just see the process of this happening.
Avoid all of that by having a VTuber model. It's really just that simple. You're perfect all the time in terms of your appearance. You have exactly what you want every time you go live. So I think that
the only difference is your mood. That's it. And also, it like you hide your face, so you don't get recognized easily. Like maybe if somebody probably knows your voice, like they hear your voice so long that they can just hear it when, like, if they walk by and they heard somebody talking and they just recognize the voice, I guess. Or if you run into somebody at TwitchCon and like you see their name is exactly somebody else's name, or as a VTuber model, then sure, I guess. But it's just that. So I don't think it's a bad thing. Me personally, I cannot do VTube. I can't be a VTuber. I not tried it. I thought about it, but I'm like, there's just times where I would turn my camera on. If I don't want to have my camera on, I'll turn it off and just game and have fun and stuff. But sometimes it's nice to have like not have a camera on, and just like you can say whatever the hell you want to say, because you don't have to constantly, like me, like right now, I don't have to constantly look. Well, now I do. Sometimes I constantly like look over and see like what I'm doing and stuff like that, so I'm not like or whatever. It's some stupid shit. I don't know.
kind of takes some barriers and some obstacles out. Of course, being a VTuber comes with its own challenges, like a bunch of wackadoos constantly hating on you for the most benign things, but there are some advantages that people...
Also, weird, like, I know... How is this? I know that there's, female creators and stuff, like, they get harassed like crazy. And I'm sorry that happens to you guys. Like, I'm not the one doing it, but, it sucks that you guys... that you ladies are going through all that. And it's just crazy. Like, and another crazy thing is just with VTubers, it's even more because it's like you have your character in the face, right? But there are people that will draw your character doing some of the most insane shit ever. It's all over. Like, it happens on Twitter and stuff like that. And then also like controversies with artists where like people would actually be stealing other people's work and things like that. And then like, or if you have a dispute with your artist, then they're like, you can't use the character that I made for you and this and that. And then they'll try to like file some claims or some shit like that. It is the dumbest thing ever. Like, there, over in the VTuber community, I have seen there are some wars that y'all have on each other, and it is insane.
People just don't really think of all the time. But of course, the data is there to suggest that VTubers have dominated the female streaming space for some time now. I mean, just look at this. In terms of the top peak concurrent view count here, right? You can see the top...
That's a lot of people. That's a lot.
2, 4, 6 are all VTubers. And by a landslide, by the way, which is pretty impressive. And that's backed up even further if you look at the most watched female streamers of 2024. I mean, look at it. The top 5, again, all VTubers across multiple platforms, and nobody's surprised by that. So like, what's going on here? Well, I think there's just a different level of entertainment, and also it's breaking the classic meta that was working for many years, where a lot of face cameras were just sitting there in front of their camera and just talking about whatever, and then their most top viewed clip of the year was them getting up from the chair, because that's why people were there.
Yeah.
It is what it is, and now Twitch cracks down on that stuff.
Or they show.
But yeah, cleavage. That's the reality, and this is one of those like unexplainable things. I can't like pull out anything to like definitively show.
So it's like what do people call it? They call it the e-girl era or something like that. Like now it's like the VTuber era. Well, not even now the VTuber era, but it's like VTubers are like on the rise of it. It is what it is. But also on top of that, a lot of people are starting to see that streaming is not really a cash cow for them. They're not like, oh, if this person can do it, I can do it too, type of thing. Because it's somewhere on. Hold on. I think it's somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. It was on Twitter, I think. What was it? Oh goodness, what's the name of it? I think it was no, not Twitter. I think it was Zach. All right, so let me see here. I need to find it. It was something about drop rates, and I was like, oh my goodness. Let's see here. Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is what I saw before. And this is Zach Bussey, I think said. He said the actual percentage of streamers who quit streaming by time frame. I saw a chart this morning created by ChatGPT with no data source, but it didn't look right. I contacted this person for accurate data, and then this is the mini thread. So they said it's, well, let me change it to this. Oh, it cuts off. Never mind. All right. So streamer drop-off rates in January 2022 says the data became more reliable. Here, let me turn my camera off for a second so you guys can see. More reliable because it tracked streamers with 0 to 2 viewers. Me. Before that, 2017 to 2021, it only tracked 3+ viewer streams. I concluded both combined for the whole picture. So 1 month for the drop off 2020. Actually, we'll just say 2017 to 2021. I started in 2020. I think, was it 2020 or 2019? No, I started in 2020. So 40.61 quit. That's after a month. Half, or let me just stay down there. 3 months, 48 quit. 6 months, 54.2 quit. A year, over half quit. 2 years, 73 or 74% quit, and then 3 years, it's 81.7. That's insane. Now looking at 2022, because remember also when these years happen, so I don't know if this is like starting at 2017 or more, but I think it's around. I think this is after COVID happened, maybe. No, never mind. This is like beginning and then going into COVID. This is when this happened, which is insane. But after this is when COVID was over. This is when it ended. So drop off of 2022. After a month, already more than half quit. 63.9 quit after 3 months. 6 months is 70%. After 1 year, so this is going in 2023. 78 quit, 78% quit, and then 2 years, 88% quit, and in 3 years we don't even know yet. So it's insane to see, and they also have this percentage of still active by start date over time. So there's a lot of people that quit. I was around here, June. I was around June area. Oops. You guys can't see it, but hold on. Let me do this. So I was Let me see if I can find it. Oops. June of 2020. Okay, so I was like, man, it's hard to see on the screen. I was that line. I was right there. Well, not pointing to this, but I was there. But I was one of the people that just kept going. I didn't fall off or anything like that. So people could say, "Oh, you fall off," but it's like, how do I fall off if I never started? Aha, type stuff. Positive mindset, positive mindset. But yeah, it's insane to see like this happening, and again, it's people that just the thing is, it's hard. It's not hard to see, but the thing is, people stop growing. They realize, hey, not everybody can do this whole thing. So I mean, I can see that. I can see it. I can understand it. Some people, they're like, hey, it just didn't work out, and then especially stuff after COVID when people like reach Twitch partner and things like that, like they weren't able to maintain their numbers to keep to keep it as a full-time thing. It happens. There are some people that got partnered during COVID and everything like that. And then when COVID ended, they only had like 30 viewers. They had 30 viewers, and like they weren't getting subs or anything. They still have their check mark and everything, cool, but they weren't pulling them numbers anymore. It happens. It just happens. You just have to change. You gotta just change the way how you You just gotta change the way how you come at things and go from there.
Show you this, but I think a lot of people get this sort of vibe where for some reason VTubers appeal more across the board than your typical female streamer. It just seems like that's the way it is. A lot more people can agree on a VTuber model, right? A lot of men and women can agree anime girls are cute. I know it's a really shocking formula. It works. You even have weirdos like me putting on this anime character, and all of a sudden some people just like it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way it is. But yeah, the data suggests all this stuff is true. When you look at the numbers, it just seems like people in.
Oh, dude, by the way, so I got that email. They said that I need to send a letter. I need to send that letter. I don't know.
General, male and female gravitate more towards
DM
VTubers. And we even saw Pokimane in particular try to appeal to this by coming up with their own VTuber model back in 2020. I remember making a video on this, right? People had very polarized reactions to it. I remember making a video on this and getting absolutely flamed by some of her supporters. They were so mad that I dared to question her intentions behind this. And also, strangely enough, the video got age restricted within like minutes, which I don't know what happened there, but something weird was going on. But clearly she understood at the time, but it didn't work for her because it didn't enhance her content whatsoever. She's still just Pokimane sitting in a chair complaining about nonsense that nobody really cares about. I mean, here's some of these takes that we're talking about here, right? So let's just get an idea of what people are thinking. Here's another tweet from Optimus here. Kai Cenat has a celeb on stream every other day, it seems. He and Speed constantly do marathon streams and grind games. Meanwhile, 80% of female streamers we saw over the last 5 years were abusing hot tub metas and promoting OnlyFans content.
True.
I wonder why they're winning. I mean, unfortunately, that is the meta. It doesn't represent everyone, but man, you know, especially last year when people were talking about some of this stuff with the Twitch TOS, and all you see on certain categories with the face cammers is super sexual content and people trying to push their OnlyFans. They're trying to push adult content that's on different platforms, and it gives even like the legitimate female streamers a bad image to work with because they're being lumped in with these people. And at the end of the day, these people who are searching for this sort of sexual content, there's still a pretty big minority, and that content that's being produced trying to promote that stuff, it's not entertaining to someone who's not looking specifically for that. If you're going to Twitch for gaming content, which is the majority of people, they don't appeal to you whatsoever. And the fact that that became a legitimate meta, that sucked, and it really damaged the platform, continues to damage.
Yeah, it gave a lot of shock. It gave a lot of the shock value. I think that's what it was. It was pretty much to bring shock value and then also to get people to go to those other sites and pages. And then when Twitch cracked down on it and said, or when Twitch finally cracked down on it, it's because advertisers started to leave because they were like, bro, what is this? This is not right. This is not what we want. We want our ads to be part of. So then a lot of them pulled out, and then Twitch finally made that change. Obviously, you guys know the whole sub split thing happened. But I mean, a lot of us who, affiliates, we've been in the 50-50 split realm for since the beginning of time, pretty much, right? The people that really had the problem about this, about the split going to 50-50 when they were a 70-30 split, was people that were partnered and they had a 70-30 split for a while. Like, that's what it was. People were, even though despite they had contracts and everything like that and had like very good contracts and things like that. That's what was the problem. That was the problem with this whole thing. So again, I just feel bad for I feel bad for a lot of females that are they just want to stream, they just want to play their games, cozy games, or they just want to play whatever game that they want to play, and people are just coming in and harassing. But I will say I'm glad that Kick did show up. I'm glad that Kick did show up and everything, because then a lot of people found out like, oh, they're promoting their thing, right? But they're doing it blatantly over there on Kick, and a lot of people are just like, all right, cool, I don't have to deal with this anymore. I can just whatever. Like there's a I don't know if she still streams though. There was a streamer that was on Twitch, was a partner. She went over to Kick, and then she started to. She used to play Call of Duty, and she slowly changed to doing that type of stuff. And then she just like full blown out started really doing it. And her viewership and everything dropped drastically because people were like, when are you going to play some Call of Duty? And she was like, I'm not playing that shit, blah, 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 this and that. So her viewership and her subs and her followers dropped drastically, and I think she stopped streaming. So I was like, damn. And people think like, oh, when you change something like completely 100%, like people are gonna drop off. People are not gonna want to stick around because they're like, okay, you don't play games anymore. Because I mean, there's a lot of people like they still are that are following like female streamers that play Warzone and Battlefield and stuff. I've seen a good amount of females playing Battlefield, which I'm like, hell yeah. Because first of all, I barely see anybody playing Battlefield now, and then seeing females playing Battlefield, and they're fucking, I mean, they're tearing it up. They're tearing up the lobbies. So it's pretty cool to see. Kev says, doesn't the 50-50 split go like 70-30 after streaming for a certain amount of hours in a month? I don't know. I just know everybody's at a 50-50 split until you can get to the Partner Plus, which for mine, they say like I have that goal of Partner Plus, but the thing is, I'm an affiliate. How am I going to get Partner Plus if I'm an affiliate? So, and that one is like you just have to get a certain amount of subs, and then you get into the Partner Plus, and then you go to like a Partner Plus or something like, I don't know. Partner Plus program. That happens, and then you get then I guess you get the granted 70-30 split or something like that. Yeah.
The platform to this day, and what he said about Kai and people like Speed is right. You don't have to like Kai or Speed or enjoy their content. Like, for example, it's not my sort of content. I'm not going to watch a Kai stream or anything like that, but it's undeniable that they put a ton of work into what they do. They invest a ton of money, time, and energy into every single stream. They're doing crazy things. I'm pretty sure both of them just did some like WWE related events. Like, yeah. It's crazy the lengths they go for their content. Like, and in terms of gaming, you
Kai streamed the Royal Rumble
last year, did like a whole gigantic marathon playing Elden Ring, and was like super into it and was doing these elaborate cosplays and getting these elaborate props for every single stream. It's a big deal. And like also pointing out, they bring celebrities onto their streams all the time. It's a lot of effort put into it. And then compare that to people like Pokimane, who this is like the best they can do. right? Every time they go viral for a clip, it's just some dumb take. And this one is based on the halftime performance of the latest Super Bowl that just concluded about a week ago.
Oh my
where
goodness.
Kendrick Lamar performed the halftime show, and some people were mixed on it. Obviously, some people liked it, some people didn't like it. And this was her take on people not liking the performance.
With probably zero musical capabilities, think that Kendrick Lamar didn't deserve the halftime show. What? What do you mean? Like, sure, we could sit here all day and be like, oh, I actually think this artist deserved it. What?
Where is it?
Only white people hated it. I didn't want to say it.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Every time. There it is. Every single time. It always has to come to a race or a politic or some type of social thing. It is. Some people are like, hey, I'd rather have somebody from Louisiana perform at the Super Bowl. Totally fine. People say that Kendrick Lamar didn't deserve it. I thought he did deserve it. But I'm not going to be like, oh, you don't understand because you're this. Like, no. Hey, okay, cool. You didn't think that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Yes, I understand she's giving her opinion back, but even though she read a chatter and she's like, I'm not saying it, but it's like, it's kind of like an implied thing. Come on now. Again, people want to say, oh, we want to talk about ending racism and stuff. They want to end racism, but they're the ones that talk about it so much. Morgan Freeman said it best when he was being interviewed by Mike Wallace. Well, how do we end racism? Stop talking about it. I'm gonna stop calling you a white man. You're gonna stop calling me a black man. I'm Morgan Freeman. You're Mike Wallace. Like, it's not hard.
As a white passing person, I didn't want to say that.
Did you guys tier 3 sub yet? Yeah, so again, as people always have to, they make everything about race. Like, you can't just dislike the halftime show or not be interested in it without it being something about race, right? And anyone who says, as a white passing person, like, dude, get out of here. It's convenient to say it now, but then the next time there's another issue, she won't say that she's a white passing person, and so on and so forth. It's just a really dumb take. Like, this is the only reason anyone talks about her nowadays. It's like the latest dumb take, and that's pretty much it. But then you have people like Gargura, and also with this particular event, Suisse, as well as I believe Pecora as well, who did the performances at the Los Angeles Dodgers game back last year, and then they conveniently went on to win the World Series. I mean, the power of VTubers, am I right? But anyways, you can see, like, is Pokimane or Amaranth or any of these people doing stuff like this? No, I don't think they are. And it's not too surprising as to why, because number one, either they're a complete brand risk for something as mainstream as this, or they don't have the talent to do something like this, or
let's see. To qualify for Plus program, affiliates and partners must maintain a minimum of 100 plus points for 3 consecutive months to receive the level 1 60/40 revenue share. Yeah, that's not happening for me. The only reason why I say that is because I'm like, and the thing is, the plus points are the sub points, and when they say the sub points, they mean that you, what was it? Yeah, for the sub points, they mean that goodness gracious, what's the name of it? I'm really trying to think about it. Yeah, the sub points, that means like it has to be individual. So 100 individual subscribers. They can't be gifted subs or anything, or they don't count. Unless they change that. But that's what I recall last time. According to Twitch, apparently, yeah. So
they don't feel the need to, because sitting in their chair and just making clips like the ones we just saw is somehow enough for people. And that's really, again, with the whole VTuber aspect here, I think it's pretty interesting to look at the contrast. But here's another one saying, showing some examples of Chibidoki, for example, right? You don't need like these insanely attractive models if you're a VTuber, if you're actually entertaining. Like, look at this gremlin that pulls in thousands of concurrent viewers, right? It kind of shatters the whole expectation that, oh, you just get a attractive VTuber model, you must you instantly get views, which is definitely not true. The market's totally oversaturated. But let's look at this.
Golly.
This is what the people want.
No muevas, inglés. Las frutas. Las frutas. Naranja.
Is peeking that mic.
Content. That's all there is
That
to
mic
it.
is
People want to be
peaking.
entertained at the end of the day. But unfortunately, as you can see, Smugglana here points out, based, Pokey is right. VTubers aren't females. We're all men with voice changers. That is incorrect. We're all men without voice changers. But seriously, like, that's the other issue to this, is there's no sort of recognition for VTubers when it comes to who the top female streamer is, and just VTubers in general, right? They always deal with these stupid assumptions that they're all men with voice changers, or they're ugly in real life and they're hiding these things, when a lot of people are just downplaying the benefits of keeping anonymity and not having to worry about how people are going to judge your physical appearance or anything like that.
True.
And instead, you want to focus on your gameplay and your content instead of worrying about your appearance 24/7, because it's taken care of because of your VTuber model. But yeah, those assumptions are still true to this day. People still say this about Iron Mouse. I can see comments underneath this tweet right here about VTubers being men with voice changers and things like that. And it really goes back to this comment right here. Don't VTubers consistently reach similar numbers to these guys, or do they not count? And unfortunately, the
That's
answer is yes to many people. VTubers just don't count at the end of the day. They can never really explain to you why they don't count, for reasons at least that aren't completely hypocritical when you look at other popular streamers, but that is unfortunately the very apparent reality for a lot of people. They see something that's different to them, that they don't particularly like themselves, and they just try to discredit it 100% across the board. And yeah, I think her take on this really shows that even people like Pokemon don't really take VTubers seriously. They don't count them because there was no mention of them whatsoever, even though people like Iron Mouse have reached levels that people like Kai and Speed have, and even collaborated with Kai, for example. But they're just not on the radar of people like Pokemon who'd rather just sit there and complain.
Wait, then I have a question. Then what about faceless creators? Like H2O Delirious. He's not a VTuber. He's a faceless creator. Vanoss was at the time, and then well, when he's Evan, he shows his face, but then Vanoss, but people know that Evan is Vanoss. So they know. But people don't know Delirious. They don't know H2O Delirious. They haven't seen his face. Obviously his wife has, or wife, ex-wife. She has, okay? I'm not trying to go down that path. But even Wildcat, he even said it on Around the Bar podcast. If you guys haven't seen Around the Bar, check it out. It's actually pretty fun. I usually, when I'm editing, I usually have it on my projector and I'm just like listening to it while I'm editing and stuff. It's really awesome. It's with Hitch from TST and Optic. He'll bring guests on, they'll have a drink, and then they'll just talk about stuff. It's a pretty cool podcast and stuff. But yeah, Wildcat was like, yeah, he's like, I've known Delirious for many, many years. He's like, I've never seen his face. He's like, I don't even know what the guy looks like. He's like, unless he somehow came up and started talking to us, I wouldn't know. So I was like, damn, that's crazy. It's insane. So let's see here.
And play the victim 24/7. So I'm not too surprised this happened once again, but that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
There you go. So yeah, a lot of insane stuff happening. Let's see. I just want to see what is going on here. She is upset it's not her. That's all. We all know. Let's see. Anyone be her boyfriend must be a toxic one. Nah, I can't do. Okay. Did Pokemon forget that most VTubers are women, and also infinitely more popular than her? Damn. Yeah, it's insane. My whole thing, and yeah, my whole thing just entirely, just yeah, entirely. I would say that I'm trying to like think of the words for it, but I don't know. My opinion entirely about this whole situation. It's insane just to see all this happen. Oh, it's just like I said, it's just insane to see what's all happening. Like people are just, oh look, you guys see the Xbox in my ass. But yeah, people are just going insane. People are going crazy about this stuff. What happened to just like you can't even be nice to somebody? Not like no bullshit. You cannot be nice to somebody without having some sort of like spite or something like that over them. It's insane. Cloud9's going to R6. Damn. Okay. But yeah, it's just insane that happens. Like, come on now, really? Like somebody gets I don't know, somebody gets number one subscribe, like somebody's like the number one subscribed person on Twitch or YouTube or whatever you want to call it. It's like just a simple congratulations. Why not do that? But people are like, oh no, then they gotta talk all this. People gotta talk all this shit. It's like, bro, just can you just say congrats and then that's it? Leave it alone. Like, damn. Okay, so we are now going to we're gonna play some Titanfall. It's been quite some time now. Where's my camera? There it is. All right, yeah, we're gonna play some Titanfall. You know what's weird? Like Titanfall, I usually there's control like games I could play without using paddles, but somehow with Titanfall, like playing with paddles is way better. I'm using the this is what I use for work too. I have this plugged in my computer because I'm like I can't use my scuff because I can't overclock it because I can't put the software in there to overclock it. And no, it doesn't do any like aim locking and stuff because if that's the point, if that's the case, like shit, just get my money back. Avowed's best enjoyed if you ignore the frame rate. Maybe we should do this more often. PC gamers are so stupid. They literally said this. All right. Let's see. Somebody said, "Is there really no in-game chat or voice chat in Elden Ring Night Rain? Seems like a crazy oversight considering how important coordination can be in this mode. Maybe is just not included with this early build. Definitely needs to be there though. It's a Japanese FromSoft game, and they'll likely make us use smoke signals or Morse code to connect to voice chat. That'd be insane. Can you imagine just be like." Can you imagine? That'd be that'd be funny. But yeah. Do. What does this person say? If you generally want to find your love and rhythm in streaming, I highly encourage you all just stay out of the noise and focus on yourself. It helped me so much these last few months. Fuck the numbers, fuck the drama, do what you enjoy, create content. I said create content. Sorry. All right, let me. Let's see. Let's see. Create the content around it. Make your stream a live conversation between you and people with similar interests, and nothing else matters. If it is your full-time gig, stop making it so stressful. If you can't successfully do it full-time, get a job and do it part-time. Go back to loving the idea of being alive. That's true. There's sounds like I said, I have to go back to doing what I do now is where I stream like Thursday and Friday do like shorter streams, and then Saturday and Sunday do longer streams. And usually Saturday and Sunday is when we do the streams where it's like we talk about what's going on in the gaming industry, because I just have I just honestly I just want the gaming industry to be better. But is that gonna happen? Probably not. But it's just interesting to see all the stuff that's going on. All right. We're going to try. And again, I'm saying try. We're going to try Master. We're going to try this on Master. Oh, I forgot. I need to update. I need to update my game. You want to know something? I'm stupid on I'm dumb. I'm dumb for doing this. I just realized I looked at YouTube. This stream was never public. All of that, my stream was that stream was never public. Oh no. Developers are bankrupting. Hold on, what? Rev just put out. They said, developers are bankrupting studios in their attempt to virtue signal towards activists on social media, when it's quite literally this easy to make gamers happy. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, this is a funny. This is funny. Okay. Let me go back to this. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. I saw this earlier and I laughed my ass off. Designed in just a few weeks, this $5 indie game about digging a hole has journeyed to the center of Steam's top sellers chart. I don't know the name about it. This is a game about digging a hole is selling more copies than Dynasty Warrior Origins. Don't get me wrong. Dynasty Warrior Origins is a good game. It's a great game. But this made me laugh. I don't know the name of this game. Let's see here. Somebody said, and Power Wash Simulator is still coming out with DLC to keep its fan base happy. It's not that hard to maintain brand loyalty. Yeah, that's true. What's the name of the game? That is so funny. Like, that is really, really funny. It's a game. It's just about digging a hole. You just dig a hole. That's it. So that is oh man, that was funny. I was like, no way. That's crazy. All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Interesting. I'm just sorry. I'm sitting here just looking at ground control and like seeing how that is interesting. And we wait. Mm-hmm. let's see. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 wow, wow. Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Oh man, are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get it? Is it gonna happen? I don't know if we're gonna get a master. Oh man. You get killed by getting killed by campers. How do you deal with them? In Titanfall? First of all, I'm sorry. First of all, what's going on? Welcome in. Uh, getting killed by campers. How to deal with them? You could use, if you're talking about, if it's Titanfall 2, it all depends what you're using. Like, you can use the dart, like the dart that reveals the location, and you can toss in a satchel charge if you have it. That works. You can try grenades. You can try the flaming arc stars. It all depends what you have, to be honest. The hell is this? Oh. We're not. Here, I'm going to do this. Frontier defense. And I'm going to do both of those.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Bow, bow, da, da. Hmm. Why does everything need to be a... Ah, damn it. Just heard a pop that happened. Come on. Oh. Oh, we're playing hard. Damn it.
Your skills are impressive, pilot. It is good to have you return.
All right, kids, you ready for thrills, chills, and kills? Must you say that every time? Yes, yes, I must. Good luck, team.
Whee!
What time is it? It's go time.
We've powered up the harvester. Protect it and keep the area clear.
You gotta love this job.
The IMC is gonna hit this place hard.
Watch each other's backs and try to have a good time. Watch out, Remnant Fleet units incoming.
Nuke Titans inbound.
Those things will detonate near the harvester. Focus your fire and keep them at a distance.
Wait, why is it just...
Eyes on hostile.
Ow!
City boy! City boy!
Hey, Ghost, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Ow!
We are seeing enemy infantry near the harvester. Time to show off, pilots. What is that? 1036!
Harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it.
us a favor. Keep it protected.
Good news, team. Harvester shields are back online. Let's finish this.
Harvester shields are dropping.
How you doing, Ghost? Uh-oh. Good, how are you? Good. Just
Harvester shield is back up.
chilling, playing some Titanfall 2. I haven't played the game in quite some time, so I was like starting to get a little feel for it. Wanted to play it again. Ooh. Gotta level these guns up. Play Titanfall 2, but you're not good. It's okay. I'm not great either. I'm not good either. But I do like playing the Frontier.
Incoming. Friendly down.
What a punch. What difficulty? Right now I'm playing on hard. I tried doing master, but nobody's matchmaking in that.
We've got a pilot down.
Way to stay strong, team. The harvester barely took any damage. Well done.
Do normally easy. The reason why I'm doing hard.
Ready when you are.
The reason why I'm doing hard because you get more points and leveling up your Titan.
Reapers inbound. Keep your distance. Take him out.
But I mean, it's player's preference.
Heads up, team. There's a new wave dropping in.
So keep your heads up.
I already said that, Davis.
Double the advice.
You know what?
Guard mode activated. Protocol 3.
Oh.
Listen up, team. The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Put an end to it.
You know that I'm alright. Tonight we're gonna set the streets on fire.
Harvester shields back up to 100%.
Nice. You need to know that I'm alright. Tonight we're gonna set. All I need is a gas and a lighter. I'm screaming right up. my gas and a light up. Damn, they are persistent. West Coast, East Coast, baby, back West. Oh my goodness. I refuse to die.
Harvester shields back up to 100%. Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. Gotta be more careful.
Oh, he's so weak. There we go. Nice.
Wave clear. Great job, team. Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed.
I can get 3 batteries.
Watch for cloak drones. The cloak units underneath it. I'd say keep an eye out, but, you know, they're cloaked and all.
Get here. Upgrade core. Straight up.
Looks like everyone else is ready to go. Let me know when you're ready, pilot. Team, there's another wave on the way.
There you go.
Ready? Time to wave back. Or shoot him.
100% snafu. Here we go. Let's do this, chat. Let's do this. I'm gonna stay in the back. Get the line of defense. Hey Gus, what do you play Titanfall 2 on? Like what platform?
Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
Xbox? Nice. Same.
You got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now.
I feel like those are gonna get past people. Yep, there you go.
We've got a pilot down. We've got multiple pilots down. Stick together out there. Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed.
Friendly Titan attacking our target. We are being engaged by multiple Titans. XO-16 on. Friendly Titan attacking your target. Target here outnumbered.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. The harvester shield just went down. Arm up. It's taking permanent damage. Harvester health is at 50%. Heads up, team. Our harvester is down. It just did too much damage this time. Good effort.
Oh man, they all went up there.
All right, that didn't go as planned, but it's okay. We'll get them this time. I got a good feeling about this one. Kick some ass down.
All they gotta do is stay back. Stay back, save the drones.
Let's try that again. Davis? Resetting the harvester beam.
That's all they gotta do.
Good to go, team.
Simple.
Stand by for Titanfall.
So they just want to go run out there. I'd rather not. Come on, hit my teammate. No, hit. They actually hit. Wow.
Understood. Following your lead, pilot. Engaging guard mode. Exos follow mode engaged. Pilot on board. Welcome back. Friendly Titan attacking your target.
That's a lot of freaking drones.
The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Harvester shields are gonna watch out, team. The shields are down. Protect the harvester. You've got this. Harvester health is at 75%. You got arc titans down there. Lots of them. Just keep them away from the harvester. Don't let them take out the shields. Harvester shields are back online. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Harvester health is at 25%.
That's it.
We've lost the harvester team. It was a close one, guys. Nice try.
They keep going. They keep going. They keep going up. They keep going.
All right, that didn't
Like,
go as planned, but
I wish
it's
I-
okay. We'll get it this
One thing I wish I could put in this is, how would I say it? One thing I wish that I could do in this game is actually chat in the game, but I can't.
Help each other out. Let's see some teamwork. Stand by for Titanfall. Watch out for cloak drones. The cloak units underneath them. I'd say keep an eye out, but, you know, they're cloaked. Heads up, team. There's a new wave dropping in. So keep your heads up. I already said that, Davis. Double the advice.
So I got one nuke. I got one nuke rodeo. Oh, got it.
Friendly Titan attacking your target. Enemy Titan destroyed.
We have 2 Ronins. That actually makes sense now.
Multiple Titans attacking. Friendly Titan attacking your target. Enemy Titan down.
The harvester shields are absorbing damage.
Park it.
We've lost another pilot, team. Keep it together. The harvester shields are gonna drop. Harvester health is at 75%. That looks like fun. Now finish the job.
I don't know what the hell happened there, but I killed myself. Oh yeah, that's usually just. So what happens when you gotta? The thing is when you have two Ronins, like we don't really have defense because we have two light characters, and then me, I'm like a medium or light character as well. So yeah, that's not gonna do well. I couldn't do a dick. I could not do a damn thing about that one. A flying knee to the face. Damn. 2 kidney punches ending in a right cross. That sounds cool. I'm gonna run with that. I got the bee now. The queen bee. All right, so I'm keeping the arc rounds. That's very important to have. Maelstrom. Electric smoke is intensified, dealing more damage to Titans and pilots. Faster reload and rearm speeds. Accelerator. Oh, now we're at the colony. I'm back. Welcome back. Ugh.
My systems are yours.
You're building Legos? Hell yeah.
Okay, we've arrived. You can stop asking if we're there yet. Finally. Could you fly this thing any
There we
slower?
go.
Keep up that attitude, Droz, and I will. Good luck, team.
1, 2, 3, yeah.
All right, team, we've got the harvester online.
That's right. And all you wonderful pilots get to protect it from the remnant fleet.
Ready or not? IMC is gonna hit this place hard.
Watch each other's backs out there and try to have a good time.
What Legos were you making?
First wave, kiddos.
Or what Lego model, I guess you'd say. Uh-oh. Building a Minecraft one and have a Spider-Man Lego? Hell yeah. That's pretty cool.
Bring that Titan down, pilot.
I got a battery. Uh-oh. Ow.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover.
Come here. Ah, if I shoot the back. Okay. Okay, if I shoot the back, that works.
Good news, team. Harvester shields are back online. Let's finish this.
Crap, we've got incoming Reapers.
That's all right, team. You got this. Just shoot first.
Always the optimist, huh, bro?
Fire in a hole. Oh, damn. Shoot the back, it heats up, should blow up. Nope, where are you going? Where are you going? Come back here. Oh, okay, you got him.
The harvester shields are absorbing damage. The harvester shields are about to...
The harvester shields just went down.
Arm up. It's taking permanent damage.
Oh!
We've got a pilot down.
Oh, no. No, 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 no.
We've got multiple pilots down.
Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed.
The harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage.
Give it some cover.
Oh, goodness.
Nice defense,
All right, and I'm
team.
going to take
That
the
harvester
two
barely
and
took
use the
any
Minecraft one
damage.
as a fighting arena, and to use the Spider-Man one for the characters, and they're going to fight.
Ready for deployment.
That sounds fun. That does sound fun.
All ready. Stand by for Titanfall. Nice work out there. Here are some credits. Use them to build up some defenses.
Make yourself a little more badass.
New Titans inbound.
Ready to go.
Teams, there's another wave on the way.
Get ready. Time to wave back.
Or shoot them, whatever gets the job done.
Ronin, Tone, and a Monarch.
Destroy them before
We got
they
two
explode
Monarchs,
and
a
destroy
Ronin,
you.
and a Tone. Where are they? Oh.
I'm detecting Titanfall signatures. We knew this would happen. Get ready to take them out.
Nope.
Harvester shields are dropping. Those mortar titans are really giving our harvester some damage.
They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team.
Friendly Titan attacking the target.
The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it. The harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage.
Give it some cover. Crap, the harvester
Nobody's
shields are down.
nobody's over there. Why?
Friendly Titan attacking the target.
Harvester health is at 75%. Team, we've got a pilot down.
It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
Harvester health is at 50%. Harvester down. We'll get him next time.
Nobody was at the harvester. Damn it.
All right, that didn't go as planned, but it's okay. We'll get them this time. I got a good feeling about this one. Kick some ass down there, team.
All right, team. We're firing up the harvester again. Get ready.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Huge Titans inbound.
I can't believe it.
Pilots, we've got another wave inbound.
Another day, another wave. Bring it on. Ticks incoming. Keep your eyes peeled. Those things will blow up in your face.
I am engaging infantry.
Wow, that was actually a good throw.
Got enemy Titans coming your way. Get ready.
I think they're ready.
I didn't. Did I buy a nuke? I did.
If they keep taking damage, give it some cover. The harvester shield is recharging, guys. The harvester shields are about to go down. Watch out, team. The shields are next. Those mortar titans are really giving our harvester some damage. They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team. Oh, that takes me back. Now finish the job.
Launch, 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 launch.
Enemy Titan down. We've got a pilot down. Harvester health is at 50%.
Enemy Titan down.
Got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now.
Upgrade core ready. Friendly pilot attacking your target.
That's it.
Harvester health is at 25. Pilot, our harvester is down. It's over. The remnant fleet won this one.
Man, they are just having trouble.
Got another shot at this. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Go get him.
Eyes up, guys. This is our last chance. Help each other out. See some teamwork. Stand by for Titanfall. Nuke Titans inbound.
Ah. Trying. It's not working.
Got another wave. Let's get him. Incoming ticks. Destroy them.
How'd you destroy your... I don't even know. I don't even know. Like, how do you destroy your Titan already? No. You stay away.
We've got enemy Titans coming your way. Get ready.
What? Yes, I see that. Thank you.
The harvester shield is taking. Watch out. The harvester's getting barraged by mortar titans. Listen up. Look near the edges of your mini-map to find them.
All right, here we go. Hey, damn it! Oh, cause the fuck. Golly.
Multiple Titans attacking.
The harvester shield. Crap, the harvester shields are down. The harvester shield is recharging. The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it. There are mortar titans launching rockets at the harvester. Those things are crazy. Take them out, team. We've got a pilot down.
He did it for the greater good.
The harvester shield is back up. Dros, is this pilot's Titan ready yet? Almost. Reinforcements are inbound, team.
I hit a fucking tree. I hit a tree.
Bring that Titan down, pilot. Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing. Pilot, your Titan's
Reload!
ready.
Reload! Reload! Oh.
Harvester shields are dropping. Those mortar titans are really giving our harvester some damage. They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team. The hub, guys, we just lost a pilot out there. We got to be more careful.
Inserting manual. Pilot link active.
Good news, team. Harvester shields are back online. This finished. You got some friendly pilots back in action. It is on now.
Oh.
Enemy Titan eliminated.
That's the way, team. I'm blown away. Right, Rose? You said it, Davis. Team, you did a great job. Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
Understood. Following your lead, pilot.
This ain't gonna be good. This gonna be horrible.
Pilot reinforcements just landed.
This is gonna be terrible. Oh. Armory closing. No.
More coming. I'm up for another wave.
Cutting another path. Oh no! Please tell me this nuke's not gonna. Nice. That was the only one ahead.
Protect the harvester while the shield recharges.
What the?
Friendly unit down. Keep your weapon armed, pilot. Friendly Titan attacking your target. Titan down. Major damage sustained.
Damn! Like, give me the execution! Oh, I was like, please tell me that I didn't kill him. We're doing good, man. We're doing good. Keep it up. Break.
Nice defense,
Break.
team. That harvester barely took any damage. Careful, team. You've got Arc and Nuke Titans inbound. Work together to take them out. Teamwork always gets the job done.
Let's go.
Pilots, we've got another wave inbound. Another day, another wave. Bring it on.
Blind patch. That means a lot of invisible drone. Yep, clone drones. Did I get it? I don't know if I did.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover.
Friendly Titan attacking your target.
He really pulled it. He really pulled it like it was a damn garage.
The harvester shield just went down. Armor is taking permanent damage. Careful of stepping on those
Oops.
stalkers, pilot. They explode. The harvester shield is recharging, guys. Do us a favor. Keep it protected. The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it. Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. Gotta be more careful. The harvester
Nope.
shields are gonna
No.
drop if they keep
No.
taking damage. Crap, the
Wait, I thought that gets me out of the doom state.
There are mortar titans launching rockets at the harvester. Those things are crazy. Take them out, team.
I'm still in the doom state.
The harvester shields are absorbing damage.
Ultimate sacrifice.
We've got a pilot down.
Oh shit.
Bring that titan down, pilot. Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed. Enemy titan down.
No, I got fucking. Oh, I got sniped.
The harvester shield is recharging. Don't let the remnant fleet damage it. Harvester shields are back online. Titan is almost online. I'm pumped. I hope you are too. Harvester shields are dropping. Focus up, team. Take out whatever's damaging it. Your Titan's ready for deployment. Harvester shield is back up. Enemy Titan destroyed. Brilliant work.
Oh. Until tomorrow, lost within a dream. Love makes the world feel good. Dancing in the rain. Spears once again, cause
The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Put an end to it. Harvester shields back up to 100%.
move, get the.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Watch out, team. The shields are down. Protect the harvester. You've got this.
Cause heart is one. Love makes the world feel good.
Get ready for the next wave.
Singing in the
Got some more credit for you.
The smiles are still alive. Just happiness inside, cause love makes the world feel good.
Guard mode activated.
I think we struck a nerve. We're about to face everything they've got. Be ready for anything.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
I don't have a battery or anything. What?
Pilot, this is the last wave. You got this.
Make the world taste good.
Harvester shields are dropping. The harvester shield is back up.
Critical damage. Advise cover.
The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing. Reinforcements are inbound, team.
We are being engaged by multiple Titans.
The turret is offline. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. We've got to be more careful. Harvester shields are back online. Careful of stepping on those stalkers, pilot. Got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now.
Enemy Titan down.
Shit.
Friendly Titan attacking your pilot.
Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
Enemy Titan eliminated.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't eject.
We've got a pilot down. The harvester shields are about to go down. The harvester shields just harvester health is at 25%. Harvester shields are dropping. Focus up, team. Take out whatever's damaging it. Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. Got to be more careful. Nice rodeo. Now take that enemy Titan down. Titan down. Titan down. Yes. Good job taking out that scorch, pilot. Harvester reinforcements are inbound, team. The harvester shield is back up. Turret is back online. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Look, the harvester's about to go down. Focus. Team, the harvester didn't make it. Job's over.
Oh. That was tough. Huh. Hey, got a gold.
All for the 6-4.
You can't. You kill me.
What is auto regeneration? Let me see.
Transfer to pilot.
Oh.
Okay, we've arrived. You can stop asking if we're there yet. Finally, could you fly this thing any slower? Keep up that attitude, drones, and I will. Good luck, team.
Okay, pilots, the harvester's up and running. Defend it from the remnant fleet and keep the area clear.
You got this. Woo!
Hell yeah, they do. The IMC is gonna hit this place hard.
Watch each other's backs out there and try to have a good time.
Okay, here they come.
Arm up. You got this.
Target. Bring that Titan down, pilot. You got some friendly pilots back in action. It is on now.
Drop a nade in there. Okay. What a punch. Right hook. Whoa.
Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing. Reapers inbound. Keep your distance. Take him out. Reinforcements are inbound, team. Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. You gotta be more careful. Back up. You got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now.
Damn, what a shot.
Pilot down. We've got multiple pilots down. Stick together out there. Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed. Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing. The harvester was untouched that time. Good work. Good work? Come on, Droz. It was great work. Guess what? Your Titan is ready to kick some ass. Stand by for Titan. You got some friendly pilots back in action. It is on now. Nuke Titans inbound. Those things will detonate near the harvester. Focus your fire and keep them at a distance.
Just don't leave me like this.
Team, there's another wave on the way. Get ready. Time to wave back. Or shoot him. Whatever gets the job done.
Back to the shadows.
Ticks incoming.
Please don't leave me like this. That was insane.
I'm detecting Titanfall signatures. We knew this would happen. Get ready to take them out.
Boom, 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 boom. Back to the shadow.
The shields are absorbing damage.
Please don't leave me like
Give
this.
our harvester some damage. They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team. Harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it. Crap, the harvester shields are down.
Multiple Titans engaging. Exo 16 on and ready pilot. Pilot clear out. 3 to 1. We have taken critical damage, pilot. Outnumbered 3 to 1. We must uphold the mission, pilot. Pilot.
Harvester health is at 75%.
Outnumbered 2 to 1. Be careful, pilot.
Guys, we've lost another pilot, team. Keep it together. That looks like fun. Now finish the job. Enemy scorch taken. Good news, team. Pilot harvester health is at 50%. Watch out. The harvester's getting barraged by mortar titans. Listen up. Look near the edges of your mini-map to find them. Bring that titan down, pilot. We've lost the harvester, team. It was a close one, guys. Nice try.
Dang, it's me trying to fight off 5 of them on my own.
All right, that didn't go as planned, but it's okay. We'll get him this time. I got a good feeling about this one. Kick some ass down there, team. Let's do this. Let's try that again. Davis? Resetting the harvester beam. Good to go, team. Stand by for Titanfall. Nuke Titans inbound.
Pilot control initiated. Link confirmed.
Bum, 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 bum. Boom. It's actually pretty cool to see all this up here.
Pilot, we've got another wave inbound. Another day, another wave. Bring it on. Incoming ticks. Destroy them before they explode and destroy you.
Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
I'm just booting the shit out of him.
Reinforcements are inbound, team.
There you go. Hey, Coyote, what's going on? Best game ever. How's it going? Been over a year since graduation. Good. Just you know, work, and then trying to find some more work.
Well, you can't do any better than that. Like, literally. The Harvester didn't take on any damage at all. Amazing work.
Friendly pilot on exterior.
Looks like they're sending in flyers. They fly in quick. Hey, sorry to bother you. You ready? We're all waiting for you. Heads up, team. There's a new wave dropping in. So keep your heads up. I already said that, Davis. Double the advice.
All right, we still got one retry left. Yeah, we got one retry left, and then yeah, this is probably not gonna go so well. Let's see what they're trying to do. Shit.
Good news, team. Harvester shields are back online. Let's finish this. Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. Gotta be more careful.
Uh-huh.
The turret is offline. The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it.
Oh, I forgot I didn't buy a nuke.
Watch out, team. The shields are down. We've got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now. All ready. Stand by for Titanfall. That Dome Titan didn't stand a chance.
I forgot about that. I forgot I didn't buy. I thought I bought a nuke rodeo. I didn't.
Harvester health is at 75%. The Harvester shield is recharging, guys. Do us a favor and keep it protected. Looks like your turret is down. Get over. The Harvester shield is back up. Harvester shields are dropping. Focus up, team. Take out whatever's damaging it.
Dude, I'm trying to like help you get firepower, but damn, you keep blocking my way. I don't know which way. All right. Oh, get the sniper.
Well done. Way to take out that wave. Got some more credits for you. A little advice, spend it wisely.
Careful, team. You've got Arc and Nuke Titans inbound. Work together to take them out.
Teamwork always gets the job done.
Looks like everyone else is ready to go. Let me know when you're ready, pilot.
Oh, here we go.
Got another wave. Let's get him.
The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Harvester shields back up to 100%. There are mortar titans launching rockets at the harvester.
Those things are crazy. Take them out, team.
Team, we've got a pilot down.
It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We'll win this thing.
Team, protect the harvester while the shield recharges.
Engaging multiple titans. Rockets released. Friendly pilot
Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed.
Uh-oh.
Harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage.
Give it some cover.
I don't know. I don't know.
Shields are about to go down. Protect it. We've got a pilot.
Oh, shoot. The harvester's getting barraged
change your heart.
We got another shot at this. Don't worry, you guys will be fine.
And I from the start.
Go get him! Eyes up, guys. This is our last chance. Help each other out. Let's see some teamwork.
To the sunlight.
Careful, team. We've got our and new Titans inbound. Work together to take them out.
Teamwork always gets the job done.
Your Titan's ready for deployment.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
All right, party time. Your Titan is ready.
Pilots, we've got another wave inbound.
Another day, another wave. Bring it on.
Team, we've got a pilot down.
It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Stand by for Titanfall.
I can do better than that. Stand by for Titanfall. Woo!
Reinforcements are inbound, team. Enemy Titan
The hell?
destroyed.
Oh shit!
Shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage.
The harvester shields just went down.
Armor is taking permanent damage.
Those mortar titans are really giving our harvester some damage.
They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team.
XO-16 on to kill.
Harvester health is at 50%.
Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. You gotta be more careful.
I got cruise missiled. It hit the. Oh, wow.
You got some friendly pilots back in action.
The harvester's in bad shape, pilots.
Patrols, the harvester's dead.
All right, team. We've lost this one. Let's get you out of there.
That was stupid. Excuse me. Turn up the speakers. I want this one. This is the one I want. I want this one. All right. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be back. Oh, I got my purple gun. Yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be back. Oh, let me do something real quick. see here. It's your birthday. Back it up like that, yes, sir. I'm counting down, so turn around. Lose control. It's your world, big girl. Off a top down, mark my words. Up, up. When you shake it my way, you got me stuttering, stuttering, stuttering. Now make that booty go. Baby girl, I want you to keep putting on a show. It's my pistol. Ooh, let's see if this works. Ugh.
I think she thought you were like stuck up or something.
Oh, there's the D1. There's the D1 crash
here's
out.
the D1 crash out.
It's like we get to a certain point and he just comes out of the shadows.
He appears.
He's like
Like,
Batman.
Like, Alpha, your fucking profile picture is amazing.
Excuse me?
Alpha, your profile picture is amazing.
I had to change it. I make people uncomfortable at work with it.
Dude, I make people uncomfortable with my Howard the Duck profile.
Howard the Duck is still the most fucking insane profile picture.
Like, it's fucking crazy to me. Cause like I had a conversation with Pepto at fucking DreamHack Atlanta.
Oh, hold on, I gotta go.
And she
Sorry.
was like,
I gotta go. I gotta go.
No, it's exactly no. We're this is a crash out session.
No, I'm live.
No, I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying I had a conversation with Pepto.
Yeah, I'm on live. I'm live on YouTube and Twitch, so I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Bye, Alpha.
I'll come back later. I'll come back later in a few hours if you guys are still
Bye,
on.
Alpha. Delete VODs. Bye, Alpha.
Bye bye. I'm not doing the VODs. Fuck you.
Mute the VOD. Mute the VOD.
Whoops. Whoops. I was like, I wonder what they're doing, and then I forgot. I should have known. I should have known better. Oh, wait, hold on. What time is it? I didn't realize. Did I go? Oh, did I go past the time? Well, okay, you guys are lucky. We'll go. We go another hour. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait, what time is it? Ugh. Oh, is there not a? Come on. Wait, what am I? 5, and this one's 9. Damn. Yeah. Can you guys tell that I love using Monarch? Tell me you love using Monarch without telling me you love using Monarch. uh, Frontier defense hard on Exoplan. Ah.
Your Titan's ready. What time is it? It's go time. We've powered up the harvester. Protect it and keep the area clear. Gotta love this job. Woo!
Transferring systems to pilot.
Damn.
All ready. Stand by for Titan.
Ooh, I think is it Gambit Sky?
Heads up, team. There's a new wave
Or
dropping in.
Gembit Sky. I'm so sorry if I messed that up. No!
Already said that,
Damn it.
Davis.
How you doing?
It is good to see you again.
You know, actually, I'll put this over here. Bam. In here. There we go. Do they have that? I think they do. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Ow. Ow.
The harvester shields are absorbing
Uh-oh.
damage.
Oh, this ain't good.
Listen up. Look near the edges of your mini-map to find them. Tighten down. Yes. There are mortar types out there. Track them down and take them out.
Oh, he tried to get me.
Harvester health is at 25%. Titan's almost online. I'm pumped. Sorry to say it, but we've lost the harvester. They won this round.
I wonder why that shot really didn't go off. I'm a little mad about that. Damn.
Last time wasn't the best, but I bet you guys will get them now. You'd be crazy to bet against this team. They've got this. Good luck down there. Eyes up, guys. This is our last chance. Help each other out. See some teamwork. Stand by for Titanfall. Got incoming enemy mortar titans. They lob rockets from a distance. Find them.
Damn, I actually have no money. No money at all. Let's start a march. So freaking hot. Ion, Scorch. What are you? North Star? North Star is a... Is it North Star a sniper? Yeah. Think.
Team, there's another wave on the way. Get ready. Time to wave back. We'll shoot them. Whatever gets the job done.
That wasn't good. That was terrible. I did nothing. Or I tried, but, you know, ended up doing nothing. Mm-hmm. Boo-doo. Boo-doo. Do-do-do-do. Boo-doo. Do-do-do-do. Ba-da, ba-da.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Ba-da, 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 doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-da. Ba-da, 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 ba-da.
Okay, we've arrived. You can stop asking if we're there yet.
Doo-doo.
Finally. Could you fly this thing any slower? Keep up that attitude, drones, and I will. Good luck, team.
Okay, pilots, the harvester's up and running. Defend it from the remnant fleet and keep the area clear.
You got this. Woo!
Hell yeah, they do. The IMC is gonna hit this place hard.
Watch each other's backs and try to have a good time. Here comes the first wave, kiddos.
Stalkers detected. Get ready to take them out.
Man, that thing still zooms in. Sheesh. You know I know how. Make the rock to stop as I zone out. The club can't even handle me right now. I see you watching me, I go loud, loud. Well, I might as well just hit fire. Screw ADSing. Whoa!
I'm detecting Titanfall signatures. We knew this would happen. Get ready to take them out. Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed.
Man, can you imagine, like, you in the military and you do this? Maybe the Space Force. Woo! That was insane. Damn.
That was some impressive work, don't you think, Davis? Davis? Oh, he's literally speechless.
All right, party time. Your Titan is ready. Here we go. Stand.
Nice work out there. Here are some credits.
Wave complete.
Build up some defenses. Make yourself a little more badass. We've got enemy Titans coming your way. Get ready.
You can both roll out. Oh, zone out. That must be up. Are you ready to roll out? The club can't even handle me right now. I'll see you.
Hey, your teammates are waiting for you.
My bad.
We got another wave. Let's get him. Tick's incoming.
You know
Keep
we
your
shut
eyes
'em
peeled.
down.
Those things will blow up in your face. I'm detecting Titanfall signatures. We knew this would happen. Get ready to take them out.
Ah, he fell. Oh, the damn. Damn smoke. Kia Girl 12. What name?
The harvester shields are absorbing damage.
What?
You got enemy reapers down there, team. Take those beasts out. The harvester shield is back up. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Harvester shields are back online.
Oh, okay, he's just going through a finisher. God. Ooh, crunch. Wait, 62? Dang. Oh, you just killed your grunts for that. That was actually funny.
We've got enemy Titans coming your way. Get ready. I think they're ready, Droves. Right, team? Woo!
Bum bum bum, think it ain't mine.
shield is back up. Shields are absorbing damage. Crap, the harvester shields are down. Wave clear. Nice work down there, pilots.
XO-16.
Got some more credits for you. A little advice. Spend it wisely. Titans coming
9:43. Do I want? Damn, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Put it over here.
Understood. Following your lead, pilot.
Sorry about it. Are you ready? We're all waiting for you. More coming. Arm up for another wave.
So I don't have the extra damage for this gun. So I'm gonna have more health. I'm gonna be a juggernaut.
Cloak drones. Do you see them, Davis? Barely. Those things can cloak any remnant fleet units beneath them, even Titans. Watch out, team.
Nope.
I am engaging light infantry.
Where are you at? Oh, there you are.
Harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Harvester shield's back up to 100%. I'm detecting Titanfall users. We knew this would happen. Get ready to take them out.
Ultimate!
Friendly Titan attacking your target.
No. Oh, we're at 64. But still. No. That was a fail on his part. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
They've got nuke titans. All right, team, keep them away from the harvester. They'll rush it and try to detonate.
Guard mode activated. Protocol 3.
Hoo-wee.
Upgrade core standing by.
I know I got to upgrade. I don't want to use it yet. Four out of 5.
Team, there's another wave on the way.
Get ready. Time to wave back.
Or shoot them, whatever gets the job done.
Upgrade core ready.
Oh. Oops.
Nuke Titans headed your way, team. Take them out.
Multiple titans are attacking. Upgrade core ready. Target disengaged.
Uh-oh. We got mortar titans down there. Don't freak out. Just kick some ass.
Nuke Titans headed your way, team. Take them out. We've got enemy Reapers down there, team.
Take those beasts out.
Put the devil to the side, got a finger on my shoulder. And I'm like, hello, it's good to finally let go. I ain't worried about a thing. I just like to keep it mellow.
They're set up on
Yeah.
the outskirts. Hunt them down, team.
Pilot, we are outnumbered by hostiles.
The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it.
Watch out, team. The shields are down.
Protect the harvester. You've got this.
Can I hit the bench? All right, so he has that one. Get the little bastards.
Titans launching rockets at the harvester.
Those things are crazy. Take them out, team.
Team, protect the harvester while the shield recharges.
Lots of arc titans headed to the harvester. They'll kill the shields if you let them get too close.
Harvester shields back up to 100%. The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Team, we've got a pilot down.
It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
We've got multiple pilots down. Stick together out there. The harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking the harvester. Harvester health is at 50%.
The harvester shield is back up.
No! No! I freaking... I ejected!
Harvester health is at 25%.
Fuck.
We've lost the harvester team. It was a close one, guys. Nice try.
Damn it. This is the worst thing ever.
Last time wasn't the best, but I bet you guys will get them now. You'd be crazy to bet against this team. They got this. Good luck down there. Pilots, we're restarting the harvester. Nuke Titans inbound. Hey, your teammates are waiting for you. You ready yet? Pilot, we've got another wave inbound. Another day, another wave. Bring it on. Nuke Titans headed your way, team. Take them out.
Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest defensive maneuvers.
I can't even see.
Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest defensive maneuvers.
Stepping on those walkers, pilot, they explode. There are mortar Titans down there. Track them down and take them out.
Pilots, disengage. Enemy Titan eliminated. Upgrade core ready.
Sorry, I need the battery.
You got enemy Reapers down there, team. Take those beasts out. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Those mortar Titans are really giving our harvester some damage. They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team. Harvester shields are dropping. Focus up, team. Take out whatever's damaging it.
No! Every time I keep pressing the button and it won't do it.
Good news, team. Harvester shields are back online. Let's finish this. The harvester shields are absorbing damage. up to 100%. Throws. Is this pilot's Titan ready yet? Almost. Your Titan's ready for deployment. All ready. Stand by for Titanfall. You've got Arc Titans down there. Awesome. The Harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Harvester shields are about to go down. Watch out. Harvester health is at 75%.
This is not gonna go well. Yeah, this is not gonna go well at all.
Harvester health is at 50%. Pilot, you're the only one left on your team. Hang in there until your team is back in action.
Nope, that's GG's.
Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed. Pilot, our harvester is down. It's over. The remnant fleet won this one.
That was GG's. It's okay.
Wasn't the best, but I bet you guys will
Let's
get
see.
it now.
There's only 3 of us. There's probably gonna be a 2 after this. Maybe 1. Don't know.
Good luck down there. Eyes up, guys. This is our last chance. Help each other out. Let's see some teamwork. Stand by for Titanfall. Nuke Titans inbound. Those things will detonate near the harvester. Focus your fire and keep them at a distance.
I need to somehow get them to. I need them to be close together. And I need to get out somehow. Nuke one in the middle so I can take out a whole bunch. I got 2 nuke rodeos, so I should be good. Two nuke rodeos.
Bad news, there are a whole lot of nuke titans detected. Good news, I wear my lucky socks, so you should do fine.
I missed.
Multiple Titans attacking.
Heads up, team. Mortar titans all around your perimeter. You'll have to hunt them down.
We're outnumbered by hostile Titans.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Nuke titans headed your way, team. Take them out. You got enemy reapers down there, team. Take those beasts out. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover.
Motherfuckers.
Titan down, pilot. The harvester shield is back up. Good job taking out that scorch, pilot.
Oh!
Harvester shields are back online. We've got a pilot down.
Wait, how the hell did you survive? Oh my god, it's locked. Jeez.
Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed. The harvester shield is recharging, guys. Do us a favor. Keep it protected.
I'm dead. Sorry I was gone for a long man. Man was built different. It's all good. It's all good.
Harvester health is at 75%.
You can't do anything 'cause you know, I wish I could jump out early. That'd be actually nice.
Stand by for Titanfall. The harvester shield is back up. The harvester shields are absorbing damage. Drone, the harvester's dead. All right, team. We've lost this one. Let's get you out of there.
Oh, that makes me mad. That makes me mad. Boom, 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 boom. Interesting. A snake. And a rocket. That was a tough. Boom. Boom. Headshot.
Chocolate! Chocolate!
Chocolate! What's that? Who did that? Thank you for the chocolate. Let me see if I can. One thing about ground control, you don't see it. All right, let me see here. Oh, ghost. There you go. Wow, that's weird. That doesn't show up in the activity feed? Really? That's very interesting. Oh. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Destiny creator Grenader Jake officially won his lawsuit against G1 Esports and Kenny Vaccaro. He is now owed $245,000 and Kenny refused to show up to court. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's something. In-N-Out Burgers tweeted, they said, "Do you think In-N-Out should expand to the East Coast or should it stay primarily in the West?" No, East. Yeah.
Party time.
All right, team. We've got the harvester online.
That's right.
Avowed is definitely a game of
There's another wave
is
on the
definitely a
way.
game of all
Get
time,
ready.
just not a
Time to
good one.
wave back.
Boring, uninspiring, and not
Or
worth
shoot
80
him.
bucks.
Whatever gets the job done.
I'm just gonna say this. I try not to crap on games, but a game like if you want to play it early, you pay 90 bucks for it. That's a heavy no for me. That's crazy.
Your Titan's ready for deployment.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Stand by for Titanfall.
Remember for the best time. Stick it in the heart now, love.
Careful of stepping on those stalkers, Violet. They explode.
Harvester shields are dropping. Watch out, team. The shields are down.
Protect the harvester. You've got this. Harvester health is at 75%.
Nope. Nope. Get me in there. Get me in there.
Harvester health is at 25%.
Now that's how you take out a Legion.
Harvester shield is recharging. Don't let the remnant blink damage it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I lost
Way to
my.
hang in there, team. We almost lost our harvester.
I lost my Titan.
Looks like they're sending in flyers. They fly in quick. Heads up, team. There's a new wave dropping in.
So keep your heads up.
I already said that, Davis.
Double the advice.
High pressure system.
end to it. Please, put an end to it, please. Learn some manners, drones. Harvester shields back up to 100%. What? Your Titan's ready to kick some ass. Stand by for Titanfall. Team, protect the harvester while the shield recharges.
Follow mode engaged. Protocol
Ow.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover.
Hey. 29 kills.
The harvester shield is back up.
engaging hard mode. XO16 on.
Harvester shields are absorbing damage.
I'm not even looking.
Harvester shields back up to 100%.
Shit.
Looks like your turret is down. Get over there and repair it. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. The harvester shield is back up.
Enemy Titan destroyed.
Drones, there's only one enemy left. Why are you telling me? Tell them. One left, team. Can't do any better than that. Like, literally. The harvester didn't take on any damage at all. Amazing work. Those mortar titans bomb the harvester from a distance. Use your mini-map to hunt them down.
Bump, 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 bump. Woo! I want chocolate. I got chocolate. Nice. There's nothing I can do.
Switching to manual. Pilot link active.
You're not. Chill up here. Yeah, a little tired.
Ride it to the very end.
Let's do this. Let's go. I hate this drone.
Bad news? There are a whole lot of new types detected. Good news? I won my lucky socks. Seems to be fine. Harvester shields are dropping. We've got a pilot down. The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it. You got arc titans down there. Lots of them. Just keep them away from the harvester. Don't let them take out the shields.
Enemy Titan destroyed.
Reinforcements are inbound, team. Harvester shields back up to 100%. Nice rodeo. Now take that enemy.
This is not gonna be good. Got it.
The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Harvester shields are back online. Team, we've got a pilot down. It's okay. It's okay. Stick together. We can win this thing.
Critical damage. Advise cover.
Pilot's back in action. It is on now.
Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest friendly pilot attacking your target.
The harvester shield is back up.
Critical damage sustained. Rockets on.
For all mankind.
That Toad Titan didn't stand a chance. Legion down. Lots of Arc Titans headed to the harvester. They'll kill the shields if you let them get too close. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. The harvester shield just... Harvester down. We'll get him next time.
I did the nuclear ejection and I still like it killed only 2.
Last time wasn't the best, but I bet you guys will get him now.
It only killed 2.
Crazy to bet against this team.
That should have killed all of them in that group.
All right, team, we're firing up the harvester again. Get ready. We've got incoming enemy water titans. They lob rockets from a distance. Find them.
Oh. Oh man, oh man, oh man, that was crazy.
Pilot, this is the last wave. You got this.
Oh shit.
Just keep them away from the harvester. Don't let them take out the shields. Take out whatever's damaging it. Harvester shields back up to 100%.
Come on! Come on! Damn! Fuck!
Uh-oh, we've got mortar titans down there. Now don't freak out. Just kick some ass. Listen up, team. Watch out, team. The shields are down. Protect the harvester. You've got this. Lots of arc titans headed to the harvester. They'll kill the shields if you let them get too close.
That is... Those Titans are so stupid.
Oh, shoot. The harvester's getting barraged by mortar titans. Listen up. Look near the edges of your mini-map to find them. The harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage. Give it some cover. All right,
Really?
party time. Your Titan is ready. Stand by for Titanfall. I can do better than that. The harvester shield is recharging, guys. Do us a favor. Keep it protected. We've got a pilot down. The harvester shield is taking some hits. Give it some cover. Reinforcements are inbound, team. Team, we've got a harvester health is a set. Those mortar titans are really giving our harvester some damage. They're set up on the outskirts. Hunt them down, team. Harvester shields are dropping. Focus up, team. Take out whatever's damaging it. You've got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now. The harvester shields are about
The
to
hell?
go down. Protect it. Harvester health is at 50%.
I don't have anything to take that out. Well. That's it. That's game. No, we still have another try left.
Protect it. We've lost the harvester
That's it.
team. It was a close one, guys. Nice try. All right, that didn't go as planned, but it's okay. We'll get them this time. I got a good feeling about this one. Kick some ass down there, team. Eyes up, guys. This is our last chance. Help each other out. See some teamwork. Looks like this wave is stocked with mortar titans. These guys launch rockets from afar. Find them. Stand by for Titanfall.
I still think that's like one of the coolest things ever.
New Titans headed your way, team. Take them out.
You gotta be shitting me.
Arc Titans down there. Lots of them. Just keep them away from the harvester. Don't let them take out the shields.
Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest defensive maneuvers. Enemy Titan down. Upgrade core. Phase 1. Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest defensive maneuvers.
None of those rockets hit.
Guys, we just lost a pilot out there. Gotta be more careful.
Really?
Good news, team. Pilot reinforcements just landed. The harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage. Give it some cover. Watch out, team. The shields are down. Protect the harvester. You've got this. There are more Titans out there. Track them down and take them out. The harvester shield is recharging. Don't let the remnant fleet damage it. Good news, team. The harvester shields are absorbed. The harvester shields just went down. Arm up. It's taking permanent damage.
Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest defensive maneuvers.
The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it.
Wait, how did he? What?
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
The harvester shield is. Watch out. The harvester's getting barraged by mortar titans. Listen up. Look near the edges of your mini-map to find them. We've got a pilot down.
Multiple Titans are attacking. I suggest defensive maneuvers. Upgrade core standing by.
Team, protect the harvester while the shield recharges. Got some friendly pilots back in action. It's on now. There are mortar titans launching rockets at the harvester. Those things are crazy. Take them out, team. The harvester shields are gonna drop if they keep taking damage. Give it some cover.
Upgrade core ready.
The harvester shields are about to go down. Protect it.
Warning. Critical damage sustained.
Harvester health is at 75%.
Numbers 2 to 1.
No! I wish it disabled movement.
Harvester health is at 50%. The turret is pilots. Pilots, we're done here. We lost this one. Let's get you home. Your turret is back online.
Yeah, okay, back at the worst part ever. All right. Well, we lost. We lost. You're the worst. We lost. Damn. All right. What I get? Ocean Hex camo. Ooh, okay, that's cool. Cool. Stoic Gold. All right, guys, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I appreciate everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Let me see if there's anybody on Alienware. Did he just start? Let's see. Oh, Grace has been up. Okay. Shoot, I don't know. Let's see. We got Blaze. Blaze is playing Halo. Yeah, Blaze is playing Halo. Got Formal playing Halo. Moist Critical is. Guess there's a tournament going on. Yeah, he's watching a tournament. Smash Bros. You know what? Let's see if there's. See anybody playing Titanfall? There is. All right, let's find somebody. Let's find somebody on Titanfall. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking new loadout.
Hans Loris. Let's see here. Somebody is AIXERO is. Man, I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, there is a lot of people. Let's see, Titanfall 2. Somebody's playing the story. Late night stream. On the Xbox Series X. This person's a road to affiliate. They're trying to
Just
become
a second.
They're trying to become affiliate. Watch me play some games before they go on my YouTube channel or join Discord. Okay, so this person does.
I don't know why it's not working.
They do recordings and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Like, right now. I can't hear anything. The joys of technology.
Let me see here. What does he have? Here,
Fred followed me. I appreciate it.
Let's see here. Oh, I don't want to get DMAC. All right, let's do. Hold on. I gotta check something because usually, like, yeah, I see people's stuff, which is cool, but then I'm like, I gotta check their Discord or not Discord. I gotta check their socials because some people be saying some wild stuff, and I'm like, bro, that's not cool. Let's see here. Okay. No, never mind. Never mind. Okay. I know who will go. Usually can do her rate. Usually we can rate her. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Nye Beats. Yeah, I'll send you guys over to Nye Beats. She's awesome DJ. She's a DJ. So if you guys are ready, you guys wanted to party and rock out and all that stuff. Jeez, not that person. Don't worry. All right. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and raid Nye Beats. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Tomorrow, around 3 or 4, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be doing Sunday side quest, and we're gonna be playing some Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. We're gonna play that, and then afterwards we're probably gonna play some more Titanfall or some other game. We don't know. Most likely playing Titanfall. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And YouTube is also amazing as well. If you guys haven't subscribed over to YouTube, go ahead and hit !YouTube and subscribe over there. I do videos reacting to stuff, playing games, and also discussing about stuff in the game industry too. So, yeah. All right. I'll see you guys later. Appreciate you. Peace, guys.